thank you for continuing your membership. Boo.
Sup? What's going on? How you been? Welcome back to the only stream on this platform you should fucking bother with. Why do you follow other streamers? You should all be following me. Speaking of, I don't care about my follow count. Has nothing to do with anything. How you doing, folks? Welcome back to the Rogue Room. How's it hanging, folks? You can still subscribe. I have not cancelled my affiliate contract because I do still like money. Even if Twitch subscriptions don't pay that well. I'll still take your money. What's going on, folks? Welcome back to the Rogue Room. It is I, your host, the transgender sword lesbian queen of Twitch. It's been a bit. Hello, B. How you going? Hello, everybody. I will not Bazinga. Saw somebody wearing a Bazinga shirt the other day and I just cringed inside of myself and out of existence. I had to fight back through this void of not existing to get back into reality. That's where I was the past 9 days. It was a Bazinga shirt. Anyway, we're back now. It is a nice beanie. I'm glad you like it. All money is money, but yes, if you were to say, for example, like, let's just say the price of a sub on Twitch at the moment is $8, I think, for Australians. Let me check. Let me have a look. I haven't checked in a while, but I'm pretty sure, or is it $7? No, I want to see my channel. Give me my channel, fuckwit, fuckstick. Well, they're 20% off at the moment. That doesn't help. But they're $8 per sub, typically speaking, right? And please ignore September. But anyway, that's only for new subs anyway. But yeah, it's $8 a regular sub. If we were to just take that as a flat thing that we get 50% of every sub, and this is not how this works, I'd get $4 per sub from that. But it doesn't work out that way. I think like, yeah, I get less than that for some reason. Like, because it's 50%, as far as I recall, based on like what the price is in USD. Anyway, and let me think. If I were to set my sub price on Patreon to $8, I'd get 80% of that. What's 80% of that? Like, so what I get? Fuck. How do I figure this out? I'd get more basically, but I would prefer, you know. I don't want to start off talking about income. That's something. But I mean, we're here now. I'd get $6.40 per sub as opposed to the $4 I would get per sub on Twitch. Does that make sense? You know, subbing off Twitch is just better for the creator. But anyway, income. Ugh. Low income, but not low income. Anyway, we're back. I refuse. I'll reclaim a slur before I reclaim Bazinga. What? Who's reclaiming Bazinga? No, I refuse. 640. Thank you, Zara, for being better at math than me. I should have finished school, really. I'm not an intelligent person. Anyway, Big Bang Theory is basically a slap in the face as a neurodivergent person. Yeah, I agree. I saw somebody made either a meme or a reference to Big Bang Theory or something on Reddit recently. I was in the normal part of Reddit. I was in the not weird part of Reddit. The front page. I almost threw up. And somebody made a reference to the Big Bang Theory and I went and I read the comments and usually, Reddit hated this show when it was live. Reddit hated the Big Bang Theory and all of a sudden the comments were just filled with all these things talking about the characters and they were liking it and I'm like, what the fuck happened, Reddit? When did you turn into it? Well, you were always a cesspool, let's be honest. Reddit was never a good place. I saw all these comments and they were just talking about like hypothetical other versions of Sheldon. I'm like, what the fuck happened? What is this wasteland? Why do they like it now? It's awful. It's nerd face. There is so much wrong with like every single Chuck Lorre sitcom. There's so much.
Thank you for continuing your membership.
Hold on.
Abigate28 Hyper for Lore 4 packs.
Thank you, Forlorn, for the sub, by the way. When sitcoms stop airing, people think they're brilliant. I noticed that. Despite the fact that many are simply fucking not. There are a lot of really dog shit sitcoms out there that are just classics. You're on the Patreon too. Double support. Hell yes. And I've been considering doing something with my Patreon. Because Patreon sells this idea to you that like if you set your sub price too low, you don't get a whole lot out of it. I set the price of my Patreon specifically really low to incentivize more people to sub because it's just so cheap. Like in Australian dollars, it's like the cost of a Kit Kat is the comparison I always use. Sheldon is ableist, Raj is a racist caricature, Howard is a sleazy anti-Semitic stereotype, and Leonard is basically protagonist incel line. Mm-hmm. Don't forget Penny. She's a bossy, ditzy, very misogynistic archetype as well. Like the whole show is just dog shit. Like it's really bad. Because when a sitcom ends, people post the best clips from the show, then randoms think the best clips are the whole show. You're not wrong. Yeah. That's pretty much it. The whole show is just awful. Really, really awful. But, you know, dumb entertainment for dumb people is always going to exist. So, that's why I'm here. Yes, Patreon is like $1 if you're going to sub on Twitch. You might as well save yourself some money and sub on Patreon instead. I'm trying to drive as many people over. Either that or, here's the thing that I was going to bring up before I stopped streaming last week. Because I don't know if I mentioned this actually. I feel like I might have mentioned this on a previous stream. Let's have a look. This. Streamlabs has now got a thing where you can effectively sub. And this will trigger an alert on Streamlabs if I recall correctly. You can sub for whatever amount you want. And it will trigger an alert on stream. You won't get any of the benefits like ad-free viewing or emotes or whatever or a badge. But you can sub for whatever amount you want on Streamlabs to your favorite streamer. And I use this. And the streamer gets 100% on this one. So that's cool. There's an idea. But I didn't want to talk specifically about like the income stuff. I did want to talk about, don't get me wrong, because like it's kind of a part of the topic. In a way, this is a problem, but recently we did discuss. I'm gonna hit record here. We'll start recording now because I think it's sort of relevant. Let's start off with the income thing and then move on to the more serious part of this topic. Let me get my notes up really quick. I don't know why they're not. Because I wrote some notes. I do notes. Because I like to keep on track of what I'm saying. Why do I have a tab open for YouTube? I'm not doing a YouTube right now. Hang on a sec. Okay, so. The thing about the income, right, is there was a pretty big push. I mean, obviously, you're all probably caught up to date at the moment about the hate raids. You're probably all caught up about the, what's it called? Like the harassment that's been going on this platform. And it's also been happening on YouTube streams, apparently. I didn't know this, but the main focus has been on Twitch. Last week on Wednesday or Thursday, Thursday, one of those two, or Tuesday, Wednesday, I can't recall. Whenever the 1st of September was, conveniently also, by the way, they did a day off Twitch. A bunch of streams, a huge amount of streamers did a day off Twitch. Gave the platform the lowest viewership, lowest viewed hours of 2021 so far. So it had an impact. It did have a significant impact. It was Wednesday, okay. And there are some articles we'll go into. It was covered by The Verge, VentureBeat, CNN, Dexerto, USA Today. Like, it was in mainstream news. You know, the day off Twitch was in mainstream news. And one of the things about it was, of course, the income thing, like hashtag sub off Twitch, which I've got now as a command, of course, obviously, is to try to drive income away from Twitch. A lot of people have also been trying to contact advertisers on Twitch and say, like, you know, Twitch is not endorsing, probably not the best way to phrase it, but Twitch is effectively complicit in hateful attacks on creators on their platform. They're trying to target advertisers and say, look, pull your ads so that, you know, Twitch listens, and sub off Twitch is an extension of that. You know, try to draw income away from the platform, which is not the main thing. Like, the main focus of day off Twitch and hashtag Twitch do better and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if we've really actually talked about it in depth properly. We've sort of touched on it a few times, but whatever. If we haven't, I don't know. This will be a YouTube video for anyone who missed this. A bit of a catch-up. The whole idea behind Twitch do better is because, of course, we've been dealing with hate raids recently. And yeah, Wednesday was supposed to be, and was, day off Twitch. Bunch of streamers, including at least Hassan Piker, took the day off streaming on Twitch that day. In protest, basically a one-day protest. Try to take people and thus money off the platform, because that if there's a significant enough amount of people not watching streams or not streaming or anything like that, that is going to be some kind of a hit, because on any given day anyone can subscribe or can share bits or anything like that, and just the idea of taking away that was the whole point. Try to make a dent, try to actually make an impact. And as so many of the contrarians to the idea of day off Twitch have been going on about, and they'll be like, oh, it's not going to make an impact unless you take a whole lot of money away. It's like, well, that was the point, wasn't it? Idiots. Hello, Kaz. How you doing? I look fantastic. Thank you kindly. We're not. Yeah, we don't have any. We don't have any haters at the moment, but we'll get there. I'm sure we'll get there. But anyway, I did want to specifically touch on some of the things that I, as a trans creator, have faced with the hate raids, which is kind of relevant, I guess. Hello, Princess Andromeda. How you doing? Don't I? I look good. I'll take it. Those hate raids happened even before those trendy frequent ones that happen now, so Twitch never actually took the time and opportunity to find a solution. Exactly. The issue has existed. It has existed, it's been here, and there's been hate on the platform, and there's been people circumventing slur filters. For the record, why are slurs or why are hateful messages even allowed on the platform to begin with? Why didn't they build some kind of infrastructure to prevent hate speech on the platform in the first place? Give me one solid reason why any channel's Twitch chat needs to elicit hate speech, needs to give off hate speech. Just why? Like, why just allow that to exist? Anyway, neither here nor there. So yeah, last week was a day off Twitch, was on Wednesday, and I decided, like, leading up to it, I was planning on doing day off Twitch on Wednesday. Because Wednesday was the first for us, Thursday would have been the first in other parts of the world. Like, it would have been Wednesday, but, the whole idea was like, whatever part of the world you're in, if you're participating, just do it on the first, right? So it would have been an extended day off Twitch, basically. And the thing was, like, in the lead up to it, in the weekend leading up to it, I've dealt with the hate raids on several occasions, and obviously I've spoken about them on several occasions. And give me just a sec, hang on. I just want to adjust something here. Sorry. My microphone's not really facing me properly. There we go. I've had to watch them flood my chat. I've had to watch them do the follow botting thing. I've had to read the messages. I've had those same messages left in my YouTube comments and stuff, like on occasion, like when I did the video on the Super Straights, I was just bombarded with constant transphobic hate speech, and I had to read all those and I had to moderate those, and eventually I turned the comments off on that video. You deal with it a lot, and when you see the same shit all the time, it's hard to deny the emotional impact it has, like the internal impact. And like, I look at it in the moment, I look at the messages in the moment, and I think to myself, this doesn't really affect me. Like, I look at the spam of like, KYS, hang yourself, your family will dead name you when you die, all this kind of shit. It's heinous, it's horrible, it's really bad. But in the moment I'm looking at it and I'm just sighing and just going, fucking really? Can we just, like, really, dude? Are we not allowed to just have a space for us that is free from this shit? Like, the reason I created the Rogue Room, and the reason I have focused my content specifically in a very queer vein, honestly, is because I want to create a community that is safe for people who are like myself but might be in circumstances where they can't really express themselves as they truly are. Whether that be gay people, whether that be trans people, whether that be anyone who's marginalized for any reason. Neurodivergent people, I want to create a safe, comfortable space where you can come and you can chill and you can be away from the troubles of the world for a bit, even though I talk about the troubles of the world all the time. Climate change is a real thing. We gotta fucking fix it. Still, I like to think that what I have done here and on YouTube and on Discord and on Twitter and all of that is I've created some semblance of a cobbled together, nice-ish kind of place, maybe, kinda. And I've seen friendships grow and foster amongst this, and it's tremendous. Like, I really like what we have here. And when we are faced with these hateful messages that fill up our chat, and we've had trolls come into the Discord occasionally, a bunch of them sat in the voice chat by themselves once, and it was really kind of pathetic because they were obviously trying to start something, but nobody was in there. So I was just able to ban them all because they were all conveniently in one spot. What were they, screaming slurs at each other, or I don't know. This is a kind of nice place, maybe. But anyway. But yeah, so like in the moment I'm not affected by it. But when you see it offline or like online, but when you see it when you're not live and you're taken out of that character. I have to concede that Abigail Beck, the host of the Rogue Room, is a bit of a character, a bit of a performance. It's a bit detached from my real identity, you know? And I like, when I see it here, I'm just kind of like, meh, who cares? But then you look at the messages after the fact and you look at like screenshots of it and chat logs and you go through all this stuff and it does play on your head and it does affect you, and you're going in there and like, I've gone into my chatbot blocking system, put in messages and stuff like that to sort of prevent them from showing up, but they'll circumvent that. They'll use different characters, they'll use different phrasing, and you gotta look at that. And you gotta conceptualize all of that awful, hateful stuff that they're sending at you. It's just kind of like, it just beats you down. It bears you down a bit. So yeah, like in the lead up to Monday last week, I ended up deciding just not to stream that week. And plus side, I managed to get a fair bit of my video recorded for my next big video essay I'm doing. But still, like, yeah, I'm mostly worried about what we have here. Mostly worried about what this community is going through when that's happening. This is our space. This is our area. No assholes allowed, you know? And one of the major things is like if your favorite creator is constantly facing hate raids, and I know some of the people who are at like the forefront of this discussion are getting bombarded with it constantly. I can't imagine how their community must feel or like what their community is doing. I imagine they've got a lot of the same safeguards I've got in place if it happens. But, you know, I don't know. It just like, you as the viewer, if you know one of your favorite creators is getting bombarded with hate raids, you're not going to want to watch them because you're just going to see that in the chat. You know, you're just going to see that and you're going to be like, do I want to sit here and pay attention to this? Because like be honest with me. Have you ever been in a stream and there's been just a person in chat, just a single person, and they don't vibe with the rest of the atmosphere, but neither the streamer nor the mods do anything about it? Have you ever been in that situation? And this is a different scenario, don't get me wrong. But that particular person just kind of commandeers the chat and makes it uncomfortable. And you don't want to be there anymore. But it's like, I'm watching my streamer, but this person, while not technically breaking the rules, is just controlling everything and making it worse. You know, it's that kind of thing, except the issue is not that the streamer or the mods are not doing their best. It's that the tools in place on Twitch to counteract what's going on with the hate raids are not good enough. You know, they're just simply not good enough. So when you get a barrage of hate raid messages, yeah, there are things you can do, but then, you know, let's say I put it on followers only mode, slow mode, emote only, whatever option I choose. And then I turn it off after a little bit, they come back. It just keeps happening and happening. The viewers are going to get worn down by this. And they're not going to want to watch anymore. And what do you think that means, realistically? Slow mode, we could put slow mode on if you The streamer literally kept them in chat on purpose to troll the troll. I'm just like, okay, you're having fun, but I'm fucking uncomfortable. Yeah, I can get that, yeah. And I agree, Kaz. There's a degree of troll the troll that is acceptable before you get jacking them and punt the cunts, exactly. Anyway, let's continue down this train of thought before I lose my mind. Before I lose what I'm thinking of, because I want to get this out as a video. But yeah, like, what do you think that means? What do you think it means when the... what was I going to say? When the tools necessary at Twitch are inadequate and the hate raiders are flooding the streams, flooding the chats of your favorite marginalized streamers. Eventually, like, the streamers, the viewers, and all that, they're going to get tired and they're going to get sick of it. Oh, I know, Shay, don't worry. I know. I'm aware. So by all means, if you are a streamer, check out the hate raid response thing. But that's not the point. The point is not the fact that the community has been building tools. Great. Fantastic. Thank you for the head pat, Sarah, by the way. The point is that this is a way to push marginalized content creators out of Twitch, out of YouTube, away from these platforms. It's a way to just exhaust us and overwhelm us and force us to be on the defensive all the time, which is tiring. I don't want to do this. I want to keep focusing on the fun atmosphere. I want to keep focusing on the cool shit we do. And I can't do that when this issue keeps going on, and I can't do this when the very same people in this space are treating us like the boy who cried wolf either. This is another factor of this problem that really absolutely pisses me off. There is a significant portion of the streamer community that just deny that hate raids exist. You know who they are. You know what kind of specific streamer archetype character sheet they fill out. Okay? Let me just put it to you this way. They're the kind of people that don't get hate raids. They're not people of color. They're not queer in any capacity, which are the two major ones that are getting bombarded at the moment. BIPOC and LGBTQIA+. Queer people, people of color, are the ones who are facing hate raids primarily at the moment. And the vast, significant majority of the people I have seen being contrarian to the issue of hate raids, white cis-het men. Shocking. So, to that end, when we try to get more voices involved, when we try to get more allies involved, when they haven't seen it themselves. There was a streamer, actually, who, I forget what exactly he said, but he and his friend, he's a white guy. This guy's a white guy. His friend's a black guy, okay? They both have roughly the same average viewership. They both stream the same game. They were both streaming at exactly the same time. And the black friend got harassed with hate raids. The white guy had nothing. Got not a single thing, was able to get through his stream without a single scratch. And that's kind of the problem, is a ton of creators on this platform are facing the hate raids. And they're dealing with it the best they can. They're dealing with it to the best of their ability. But there are so many people streaming on this platform, or so many people watching streams on this platform, that are simply not affected. And when you're not affected, when you don't see it, it's easy to be ignorant of it. And it's easy to dismiss it. And that's one of the bigger problems with this issue. In addition to the fact that Twitch is just fucking lazy. Anyway. So yeah, it's not just a few trolls. It's a barrage of bots that's bearing down on our streams. And the reason, again, for the sub off Twitch thing. So, you know, if I can't stream, if I'm getting bombarded with hate raids, I'm not able to stream. I've taken 7 days off. I took all of last week off. I took the first 2 days of this week off. But I still had fun those 2 days. It was actually quite relaxing. I was fairly off social media generally. It was awesome. I had an awesome time over the past few days. But yeah, like, yeah, it's just, yeah. It's been good to be off the platform for a bit, to be away from this. But now we're back, and I just want to confront this. I want to hit this head on and get my thoughts out of the way, and then we can go and look at some news and stuff. You're exactly right, Lou, but they're effectively the stream equivalent of a DDoS attack. They try to overload the streamer. And what's worse is we know there are people behind this. There are communities behind this. They're on Reddit, they're on 4chan, they're on wherever they are. Kiwi Farms, I don't fucking know. They're out there, and I don't want to go look. Because I know my name is on those forums. And I know they're probably posting my selfies, which are fucking gorgeous. So be jealous, you useless loser cunts. But anyway. I will not stop being a pretentious asshole. But yeah, I know they're all congregating in a certain place, and the whole reason they're doing hate raids is just to get their bigoted jollies off. That's all it is like there are a bunch of people getting together to be cunts to marginalized streamers because they think it's funny to push marginalized creators out of the content creation space. They think it's hilarious. Like the fact that we're even having this discourse over the past few weeks is a testament to their lulls, honestly. But the worst part, I think, the worst part, in my personal opinion, you can argue this point if you want, is the fact that people are being doxxed as a result of this. You've heard of the pizza delivery dox, I'm sure. It's a pretty common tactic. They will send pizzas to, like, people will get pizzas delivered to a streamer while they are live. And the streamer didn't order that, of course. And that's just sending a message to the streamer that says, we know where you live. We have your personal details. What can those people do with that information? Why do they need that information? I had to get rid of somebody from my community recently. And they're never coming back. They are never coming back. I've banned them here. I've banned them in Discord. I blocked them on Twitter. I don't think they know of me anywhere else, thankfully. But I posted a selfie in my Discord. This isn't really 100% relevant, but I just posted a selfie in my room, in my Discord. And this person went on this whole tirade about certain people on the internet mapping out people's bedrooms, right? From a photo. And then somehow interpolating that with maps and figuring out where you live. I just posted a fucking selfie. And this person starts theory crafting about how somebody could hypothetically dox me. They're gone. They're never coming back. That was fucking creepy. Yeah, it was weird. It was fucking weird. And when you have nothing going on with your life, the only joy is to hurt others. Exactly. Riot Girl, yeah, we're just actually kind of talking about why I haven't been streaming for the past 9 days, technically, but I don't stream weekends. I didn't stream all of last week, and I didn't stream Monday, Tuesday this week. But we're here now. I'm back. How you doing? But yeah, like the pizza dox is pretty common. I'm pretty sure Riverboat Jack got hit with that one. And the idea is, of course, like, you hear someone knocking at the door, you get up, you go check the door. You know, you go see who's there. And that's the person who's doxing you is watching, and they know that they've got you. It's fucking scary, dude. So, in addition to the fact that, you know, all of this is happening just to largely BIPOC and queer streamers in the first place. Okay. That thought of being doxxed particularly terrifies me because people actually answer the door and people knock. I know, shocking, right? Especially in this day and age when, like, Menulog and other delivery services are being told, leave the food at the door and go. Like, knock on the door, leave the food and go. So if you were to order a pizza to my house, I probably wouldn't answer the door anyway. I'm tracking when I'm ordering food, so I know when it's there. Anyway, that's beside the point. One of the, like, the thing that compounds on top of the fact that it's marginalized streamers is the fact that right now we are living in a society that is actively debating my existence as a transgender person. So when I am being bombarded with hate messages in my chat about transness and stuff like that, it makes it even more worrying, honestly, because I know I can't really calculate if I go out in the street, if I go out somewhere in public, who is trans, who is transphobic, who might be violently transphobic. Who might have that mindset of, oh, if I saw one of them dirty Teslas, I'd bash their skull in. I have no idea. And one of them could be, you know, living near me. So compound that with the fact that people are being doxxed. And that being trans is a hot social discussion right now. Trans identity and all of that. It makes it all the more scary. It makes me agoraphobic some days. Like, I don't want to leave the house. Hello, Nika. How you going? So, on top of this, there is something I want to show you. Let me show you this. Let me get these both up really quickly. We'll look at this one first. I've screenshotted this so we're not looking at my actual email. But yeah, nobody should have to live that way. Nobody should have to live in fear, which is, if we go back to the people who are going like Boy Who Cried Wolf and all that kind of shit, the people who are like, oh, these hate rates aren't a serious problem. You know, if we go back to that for a minute, that's another issue I have that I want to bring to this discussion really quickly, is the fact that so many people are treating this as though it's just some troll in chat, or it's just a hate rate of like 3 or 4 people. You know, like some shitty little Minecraft streamer has decided to bring his 4 viewers over and be like, ha, call them slurs. Like, that's not what is happening. And what they are saying, what those other people are saying is like, oh, just get some thick skin, just ban the trolls and get over it. Look, I'm going to make a point here that I hope gets heard. Having thick skin and being stoic and having some degree of toughness doesn't mean roll over and fucking take it. It means stand up in the face of adversity and say, no, fuck you, I'm going to change this. Okay? Just ignoring the problem does not solve anything. My skin is like tanned fucking leather at this point. Fucking Minecraft streamers. So, if we come back to like Twitch's response to this whole thing, it's been dreadfully inadequate. Sorry, I just bumped my microphone. So we've got this email. First and foremost, no streamer should have to experience malicious and hateful attacks. No shit. These are not just violations of our community guidelines in terms of service, but also attacks on what Twitch communities represent. Support, excitement, creativity, and positivity. Many of you have reached out to us to share your experiences, ideas, and frustrations around botting, hate raids, and harassment of marginalized creators. Thank you. Your input will continue to shape the tools we're building to better protect all creators. I'm sorry, sometimes I can't read. When it comes to safety, our work is always ongoing, never final, which means we are constantly updating our service technology, safety tools, proactive detection filters, and global blocked words list. Now, this is the big thing here, the global blocked words list. Somebody, I'm sure you might have seen the video going around Twitter and whatnot at the moment, but the guy who basically said, you know, the reason that the hate raids are so severe as they are right now, is because the bots are replacing standard English lettering with like a bunch of Latin letters or a bunch of whatever. There's like multiple different languages that are being used to circumvent the filters. And in order to ban every variant of just the word jogger used in the video, for example, the jogger video, if you look up the jogger video, just look up like Twitch hate raid jogger video or whatever it is. He basically calculated it out, like to ban every single variant of the word jogger using English characters and Latin characters or something, like just those 2 languages. I think it was another language, I can't remember, but just using those 2 languages, it would take 76 days to run a script to ban every variant of that. Cyrillic, that was it, Cyrillic. And the thing is, that is something that is completely infeasible to expect every single individual streamer to do with their own stream, with their own block list, their own chat bot or whatever. So what that says to me is that Twitch needs to run that script on their back end universally. All of those variants of that word need to be blocked automatically by Twitch. Okay, that is not something that we can do. That is something Twitch has to do. Anyway, as well as developing new tools, improved operational support, and policies to curb hateful conduct, harassment, and targeted attacks. Our new tools have been in development for months, and we're working to launch them as soon as possible. We know it's frustrating that we can't share more details about what we're working on. Now, this I understand. I will have to say, I do understand this. The individuals who are targeting marginalized creators are highly motivated. The more information we offer about what we're doing to stop them, the easier it becomes for them to navigate around those plans. So sadly, the fact that the tools are taking time to build, and hopefully they are very, very fundamentally sound. You know, hopefully once these tools are released, they are powerful tools. We also know that future tools don't solve the problems you're facing today. We'll get a flex in. Oosh, there you go. So below is information about the tools and resources currently available. We'll be hosting a creator camp focused on moderation tools on Wednesday, September 15th at 9 a.m. PT, 4 p.m. GMT. We'll discuss the tools and tactics below and strategies for using them to combat targeted attacks. And then they just go on and say, the Safety Center, we've consolidated all of our information about safety into a single source. Creator camp, blah, blah, blah. Auto mod and block terms. This literally doesn't work. I have to mention this point really quickly. Auto mod simply does not work. And the reason why it does not work was brought up by another trans creator on Twitter. That when they had auto mod enabled in their stream, more often than not, it ended up censoring terms that people involved in the discussion were using to have the discussion around whatever it was they were talking about. And trolls would just get through the auto bot like crazy. So more often than not, auto mod does not work. Simple. It simply doesn't work. And yeah, gay is an auto modded term. I'm sure there are many other examples. So yeah. And then you've got, they mentioned like chat modes, followers only, and stuff like that. And it's like, thank you, but no thank you. Everybody already knows these things, Twitch. So their communication has not been very good, which is sadly par for the course with Twitch. Remember the whole hold us accountable tweet? Ugh. Anyway. Yeah, why are racial slurs not auto-modded? What the fuck's that about? So yeah, like I mentioned a minute ago, it's completely infeasible to expect creators to be able to stay on top of this when the auto mod system doesn't work, when trying to ban every single variant of a single word is ridiculously unrealistic. We just don't have the time for that. But one of the major things that I want to point out about that email is like Twitch is working on the tools, and yeah, the unfortunate communication is like they're working on tools that are going to be released months from now, and we need priority. Is the thing. We don't need them months from now. We need them next week at the latest. We need them last week at the latest. We need priority. We need Twitch to get on this as hard as they possibly can. Which hopefully means that, you know, like the jogger video, maybe they are doing something like that already behind the scenes. I don't know. I'm just speculating. And my final point that I wanted to make about this specific issue, which we already touched on, we'll go back to it again, is that, like, I did take a break off Twitch, and I did have a significant amount I took 7 straight days off my schedule, which is 7 days that I could have been earning an income. I cannot deny the financial, what's the word I want to use here? Like, there is a significant financial element to Twitch now, for me personally, where I'm just like, I really can't afford to just stop streaming. I really can't afford to just move to another platform. I really can't afford to just stop doing what I'm doing. And priority number one is the community, of course. I love you all. I want to see this grow and build into something great, something tremendous. But I also can't deny the fact that streaming has effectively become, I would say, a part-time job at the very least. You know, I do sink a ton of time, a ton of energy into this off-stream as well. That includes stuff like social media, that includes doing research for certain topics, that includes planning out what I'm going to be talking about on stream, like I've planned out for this. I've got notes here, I've got a whole bunch of articles here, and we're going to go and look into some of these articles and talk about how day off Twitch actually affected Twitch. We'll look into that in a moment, but I simply cannot deny that this is my job at this point. You know, it doesn't pay great. It's not killing it in the finance department. I don't have enough money to hire a cleaner or anything like that. But I can't deny that what I'm doing here on this platform is good for me financially. And to that end, even though I want you to sub off Twitch, even though I want you to go to Patreon and Coffee and whatever other option pops up, I can't deny that, you know, getting that Twitch payout midway through the month is incredibly beneficial. It has helped me cover bills. It has helped me cover other expenses that just came up, like I had to pay for Smudge to go to the vet a little while back. Twitch payout helped me heal my sick pet. Like, he got on antibiotics because I had the money from Twitch to go and pay for that. Which, you know, paying for vet bills is fucking ridiculous, Jesus Christ. But my cat was sneezing blood. So thank you. You saved my cat from sneezing blood everywhere. He's okay now. He's fine now. It was... I forget what it was. But he's okay now. Yeah, it was bizarre. One day I woke up and I'm like, why is there blood on the bathroom floor? And I caught it. I caught him sneaking off behind like my mirror over there. He was trying to find a spot that was out of the way, so he was trying to hide it. Anyway, if I didn't have the money from Twitch at that time, I wouldn't have been able to pay for his vet bills. So yeah, to that end. And it's bailed me out of like my electricity bill, my internet bill. Like, Twitch has helped me financially in a way that I cannot give enough thanks for. All of your subs and bits, hype trains and all that sort of stuff, and of course the support offsite is great, and it's the reason I keep going. Well, it's not the reason.
Thank you for continuing
Gabby.
your membership. Purple Heart.
Purple Heart. Speak of the devil. Thank you so kindly, Gabby. Wish you could give Smudge cuddles. Well, yeah, that'd be good. Smudge gets cuddles. Smudge gets lots of cuddles. Speak of the devil again. There we go. Want to support the show? There's Patreon, coffee. At any rate, it's not the main factor, but it is a significant factor. And, yeah. I can't leave. I'm not trying to say... That makes it sound like I'm trapped. I'm not trapped. I genuinely enjoy doing this. I genuinely enjoy streaming. And I really want to keep doing this for a significant length of time. I want to make content creation a thing. I want to make the topics we discuss, I want to make the conversation we have to be in my future, to be my career. If I can turn this into a legitimate career, that's what I want. So I don't want to stop. I'm not going to stop. You know, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm not going to stop. Anyway. I'm also good at it. Thank you, Epo. Blink 3 times if you're trapped. What?
Thank you for continuing your membership.
Yeah. Thank you for the 8 months for the tier 1. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, folks. Oh, Hype Train's close. There we go. Sub off Twitch didn't work, apparently. But that's just my thoughts. You know, I just wanted to get that out of the way. Because this has been on my mind a lot. I've been thinking about this all week. That, you know, the hate raids are not going to stop. The hate raids are not going to go away. Oh yeah, and lockdown. Anyway, yeah. They're not going to go away, at least for the time being. I every time I go live, I think we're going to get hit again tonight. And maybe we won't. Maybe we don't. It's been actually slowing down a bit, last I noticed. But I still know that there are hate raiders on this platform. They are still attacking marginalized creators, and it could still very well happen tonight. And I've got my rudimentary tools available to me. I can put stream in followers only mode. I can lock it down to slow mode or anything like that. But, you know, another point to be made. Excuse me. They hit you earlier. There we go. See, it doesn't stop. It doesn't end. They keep going. Somebody did mention, like, use slow mode or use... Well, somebody mentioned emote-only mode, which kind of works, but then they just spam certain emotes that they know are interpreted as certain slurs. And then there was also, what was it, like slow mode, but that only really applies, like, if one person sends a message, then that person can't send another message for, like, 2 minutes or whatever. But given that the bots are all, like, tons and tons and tons of accounts, they can all still send their messages. It's not going to slow them down. If you put it in unique chat mode, which is a thing where every message has to be unique, that's not going to work either, because the bots have added like little scrambled bits of text at the beginning of their messages, so the messages are not counted as unique. They are counted as unique, sorry, so they're not affected by unique chat. Let me think. Sub-only mode, of course, is probably the best option that we have at the moment, but then that limits everybody who's not a subscriber, who is a legitimate follower, who's engaged in the conversation. What else? Followers only mode is a pain in the ass, but it's probably the best option, like the actual best option. Because you can set it so it's like you have to follow for X amount of time before you can chat. But again, that also runs the risk of like, what if a new friend joins into the stream and wants to join the conversation, but they then can't? Like, followers only mode is a legitimate deterrent from hanging out in a stream. If you can't engage, if you can't chat, a lot of people are going to be turned off. They're not going to want to hang around. So yeah, it's probably the least worst option. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it. So there we are. That's all I've got to say. I think we're pretty much good on the whole hate raid catch up thing. I want to see it stop. I want to see Twitch and YouTube implement policies and implement functions to limit these things. But as it stands right now, there's some bad shit happening with these, and it could get worse. The thing that majorly worries me is the doxing. But anyway, we'll call that segment there. If you're watching this on YouTube, like, comment, subscribe, all the good shit.
Under the table action never went astray.
Boy meets mini. Thank you for the $10 to the Boob Fund. I'll see you when I'm looking at you. Alright, there we go. Choker should be here by the end of the month. Fucking pog. Zero got a choker. Heck yes. Sub only is also kind of moot if you're not affiliate. True. So yeah, there's a lot there. Thank you for contributing to the Boob Fund, you entire legend. Filtering by account age isn't foolproof, but it massively limits. That's true because they make the bots pretty freshly, so you can limit. So you know, accounts can, if it's like an account's 3 months old or something. Anyone want some good news? Yes, I do want some good news. And then we can talk about turfs, because that's always fun. Well, actually, no. We'll talk about the actual day off Twitch news. So there we go. Yeah, give me some good news. Hello, Raw. I'm glad you like my beanie. I've had this sitting there for a while. I just haven't worn it on stream, I don't think. Oh. Got a crap ton of clothing and stuff coming soon. Oh, new bikini top. Heck yes. Heck yes. Had a really good couple of days. That's good. Why doesn't if you can't put your stream in sub only mode if you're not an affiliate because you can't get subs. By the way, Empress, hey, hi, how are you? Sorry for everyone for, like, if I've missed chat or anything, but I had my points in my head, and I really want to just get those all out. That was not scripted, but I did write notes for it. So, you know. I think what I'm going to do with, like, most of the news that I talk about, I had about, let me see, actually, can I do this? I'm going to do this. I had about 12 points there that I wanted to cover about this whole issue. And jotting down those notes actually helped me keep on track with what I was saying. But unfortunately, what that means is I can't keep in touch with chat very well because I'm on a train of thought and I want to get all the things out. You like my guitar? I'm going to get back to playing it soon. I haven't been playing it a bit. I actually kind of wanted to over the past few days, but I've been distracted. I'm not going to lie. Still, that shouldn't have prevented me, but you know. I am going to get back into it. I'm going to start looking up some like guitar tutorials and stuff like that. First sneak preview before Twitter does. Hell yes. What's virtual walking? What do you mean what's virtual walking? I don't know. What's virtual walking? Thank you for giving a heck, Yarrow. Oh, gonna thirst trap the shit. Oh, yeah. So yeah, if you're not an affiliate, you cannot turn sub-only mode on because you can't get subs. You can turn followers-only mode on though. And generally speaking, I mean, I don't know how many significantly smaller streamers are particularly affected by this. Like people who are non-affiliate. Is there anyone who's? Do we have any notes about non-affiliates getting affected by this? I mean, I don't doubt they would. Honestly, I don't doubt that non-affiliates would get affected too. But yeah. And I mean, I was going to cut my affiliate contract, honestly. There was a point where I wanted to cut my affiliate contract because I was really just getting to the point where I'm like, I don't want to deal with Twitch. I don't want Twitch to take 50% of my income anymore. Yada, yada, yada. Like, I wanted to cut them out and go full sub off Twitch. Patreon only, coffee only, all of that. Fanhouse, maybe. Fanhouse, by the way, is not an adult site. It's like... it's kind of like an Instagram or like blogging site, but you pay to subscribe to your favorite creators and they'll put stuff on there. It's not really a blogging site. They don't have a blogging function yet, but they're going to add one, I think. But at the moment, yeah, I'm mainly trying to drive income to Patreon. Streamlabs monthly tip option is really cool. Basically like subbing on Twitch, but I get 100% of it. But you lose on your emotes, sub badge, and ad-free viewing, which is why I think a lot of people would sub in the first place, is probably to get rid of the ads. And then coffee, of course, if you want to make a one-off tip to the Boobs Fund. The Boobies Fund is still going. We still got boobs going. I mean, as nice as mine are, like, they're not terrible. I want them bigger, though. Yeah, like, that's actually it, Forlorn. Yes, like, make sure the other options are sufficient, because I make maybe $60 a month on Patreon. I'm not going to say how much I make on... And you can see that, I think. I'm pretty sure you can see how much I make on Patreon. I make more than that on Twitch. I'm not actually allowed to say how much I make on Twitch. But yeah. Yeah, I want to be able to choke people with my titties. But yeah, you got to make sure like there's enough people on the other platforms as a creator, which is it's a tricky thing, you know, as a political creator, especially because we talk politics a lot here, especially from a leftist perspective. It makes it a lot more difficult to get income from like other options, other avenues, capitalist ones. Yeah, you can toggle the visibility. I wouldn't mind having it on. I don't mind. Gonna go get ready to go to bed. Sounds good, Kaz. Have a good one. Thank you for the head pats, by the way, Fox. I should go back through my redeems and see if I missed anything. Hang on. No, I didn't want to do that. Cancel. Let me just go to viewer rewards. Viewer rewards. Becoming I left the left shill like Dave Rubin. I need to actually have a significant audience first. Review requests queue. What do we got? Someone dropped 7k. I mean, they can. I'll do it. Okay, I did a flex. Oh, this is from 21 days ago. What the heck? We don't have any recent hydrates. No. Gonna go through all these. I'm just gonna tick off everything that I've done. There we go. Do we have a mod that can do the poll for us? Perchance. Where are we? Ah, no, I didn't mean to click on that. Okay. Like one Abby, please. She should have to jump on a trampoline before making decisions about massive boobs. Your wife is a coward. Oh, heck. You'd like to spend to make me hydrate. Well, I got coffee, so I can drink coffee, which I don't know. All right. I think I remember reading something about you can't do it. That's weird. Oh, there we go. A beanie's cool. Beanies are cool. Oh, what did I click? There we go. Beanies are cool. But honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not really like, I don't want to prioritize the boobs at the moment. I'll still take tips for it, but I really, really, really want a camera. There's a nice camera that I want to get, and it's like $900. And I want to get it, and I know I can't get it because all the money on my thing at the moment is for the boobs. All the money in the boobs fund is for the boobs. I can't touch that. Looking very gothic. I could do more goth. I need to get like there's a collar that's got spikes that are like how far? How do you? They're like that long. They're like big spikes. There's a choker I want to get with these huge spikes. I'm like, I need it. Well, you can't touch the boobs immediately after I've had them done. They specifically tell you not to touch them. After they've been done, you can touch them. Buy one booba, get one free. Wife doesn't lift, so the boobs do hurt the back. Well, yeah, true. Sadly, I can understand that. Oh, looking forward to it. I'm probably going to need a person to be with me once I get the surgery done. Big booba eyebrows. I'm probably going to need a, wait, are you posting, Astode, are you posting like, what are they called? BTTV emotes or something? Those look like emote codes. Oh, anyway. Oh, okay, yeah. I don't have BTTV or, what's it called? What the other one is. I don't know what the other one is. Need a boob lifter. Yeah, after surgery's done, I'm probably going to need someone to be like my care person. When I'm... Oh, FFC. There we go. I've never bothered to install those extensions. Beanies is cool. Who are the 4 of you that said beanies are not cool? What's wrong with you? Beanies are pog. Also, I legitimately just like, I did my makeup under my beanie today because I figured, why would I put foundation on my forehead when it's covered? I just like, fuck it. I'm just going to do makeup from here down. Depends on the beanie bearer, true. It depends on how you wear it too. Like if you do this shit, no. And it's like, if you do that, no. Now it's not cool. Now it's shit. Now it's cool. Beanies are cool, but California is too damn hot. You wear the beanie, but you wear like a crop tank top and short shorts. I don't care what gender you are. You wear a crop top, crop tank and short shorts and a beanie. Then yeah. You're back from the shower. Welcome back, Mega. You go through more foundation since you stopped wearing the banner. I swear you can see the future of a big ass forehead. Oh no. Oh goodness. Okay. The point of them is to not be cool. Well, true. I mean, correct. It's correct. Okay. So, Sabercat has sent me something which is kind of amusing. Maybe. I don't know. I just want to have a look at this. Really quickly. I just want to have a glance at this. Effect of ivermectin on male fertility and its interaction with P-glycoprotein inhibitor verapamil in rats. So as you know, they test like virtually every fucking medication for humans on rats. Administration of permeability glycoprotein PGP inhibitors can modify the pharmacological properties or induce toxic effects of PGP substrates. The effects of administration of ivermectin, anthelmintic drug PGP substrate, either alone or simultaneously with verapamil on male fertility were studied by determining mounting behavior, epididymal spermatozoal analysis, weight, and histopathological examination of male reproductive organs and cytogenetic evaluation of meiotic chromosome. The results revealed that administration of ivermectin once weekly for 8 weeks induced slight fertility disturbances, while pre-treatment with verapamil disturbed male fertility through altering different sperm parameters and histological structure of reproductive organs. Cytogenic study revealed... Okay. Hello. Sub off Twitch. Hello. This GIF is adorable and everyone should see it. I'll have a look in a second. Where were we? Meanwhile, a combined treatment of ivermectin and verapamil induced stronger effects on germ cells, increased frequency of blah, 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 blah. The main thing is it looks like taking ivermectin makes your dick not work properly. Anyway. Let's have a look. So nothing changes then, pretty much. Don't take ivermectin for COVID, basically. Don't take it. You're not a horse. I know there's a human version of it. I'm not stupid, so we're clear. I'm aware of this. I am completely and totally aware of the fact that there is a human version of ivermectin. But the reality of the scenario is vaccines are available, especially in the United States. And people are taking ivermectin instead of a vaccine proven to work, and they're taking ivermectin intended for horses. They're buying horse dewormer. Take it to stave off vampirism. Does it have garlic in it? Actually, it's really weird that they're saying there's a version for horses. Horses don't exist. Horses are not real. Stop falling for this. Horses are not real. They're made up. It's a conspiracy. The government is trying to convince you the horses are real. They're not real. The song Goodbye Horses, that's the CIA. Trying to put the message in your head. Spirit, Stallion of the Cimarron. That was an FBI operation. Horses aren't real. Zebras, on the other hand, they're real. Hail Sobek, the god of semen. Goodbye Horses is a similar sentiment to God is dead. We don't deserve horses, that's why they don't exist. They're not real. They're not real. Conservatives a few months ago, but the vaccine isn't FDA approved. Conservatives now, let's take this horse dewormer the FDA doesn't want me to take instead of the FDA approved vaccine. It's kind of sad, but also simultaneously hilarious that so many people are looking for every excuse in the book to not take the vaccine when they could just take the vaccine. Yeah, we were just literally looking at the study that says there's sterility or some disturbances in reproductive function in rats. I don't know about humans, but in rats, they tend to test a lot of medication on rats, so, it wouldn't shock me. I'm going to bring this down a bit. I feel like I'm not completely in the shot properly. There we go. There we go. Sense a great disturbance in the nads. Oh, God. Okay, so I did want to bring this up. I did want to continue down this train of thought because this is cool. We did talk about this a minute ago, but we'll bring it up anyway. These are just a few of the sources talking about this. We got VentureBeat, a day off Twitch. Oh, fuck off. God damn it. Gave the platform its lowest... I don't need the hate raters to dox me. I'll do it myself. Gave the platform its lowest viewer hours of 2021. Now, what was interesting about this is somebody keeps bringing up the fact that I think they had a high viewer peak or something like that, but the total viewership average was down for the day, like significantly. But yeah, the numbers are there. The numbers don't lie. Viewer hours were down by quite a bit. So yeah, that was the day. Well, where was it? Is it this one or is it this one? I forget. Channels, viewers. Each minor grid line leads to noon statistics. I can't read statistics, but anyway. On Wednesday, streamers and viewers boycotted Twitch as part of an organized protest, a day off Twitch. Users wanted to highlight the platform's issues with harassment, notably the surge in hate raids. The raid feature, it's not about the raids. Viewer engagement was also down by 15%. CADOT it does work. And yet, this is the thing, like the fact that, begrudge Asmongold all you want for not getting involved. The fact that he said anything at all was a massive help to the protest. Okay? His whole thing of it's not going to work. It's a bunch of streamers nobody cares about. Thanks, Asmongold. You talked about it. You gave us attention. Good job. Well done, dickhead. But it was huge. And maybe that was his point. I don't know. Maybe he's detached from the small streamer thing, more than likely. When WoW Classic released, when he was streaming on the day, he got like 50,000 subs or something like that. So I dare say he's a bit detached from the small streamers. Anyway, so yeah, the raid feature. I honestly have not seen a hate raid come from the raid feature. You just Chromecasted me to the TV downstairs. Hi, friends. Hello. Yeah, I don't know how many people are actually getting hit with the raid feature hate raid. Mainly for me personally, it's just been people flooding the chat. It's not even a raid. It's like they get organized offsite and they just bring the bots in. They're not actually organizing on a particular channel and then raiding across. They're just flooding the bots to a specific channel. It's not an actual raid. I've very, very rarely seen the raid function used for this. So they really should stop addressing this part in particular, because that's misinformation. Some have abused this to target POC content creators with waves of racist. Also, I mentioned this before. I get it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be... I'm gonna say it. I'm not trying to be a racist, but the vast majority of the time when this conversation is being had, they mention POC content creators and they neglect LGBTQIA plus creators. I don't know what that's about. I'm just saying. I've noticed a bunch of people talking about it who just specifically say POC creators. It's all racism, forgetting the homophobia and transphobia that's going on in the discussion. So yeah, not exactly great journalism. Thank you. Get all your facts, please. But anyway, with statistics from the analytics team at Gamersite, we can learn the impact the protest had. As you can see from the chart above, Twitch lost about 1 million viewers during the protest, and the number actually represents the site's lowest total for the year. We've compared yesterday's data to bigger picture averages as well as daily Wednesday engagement to account for streamers who regularly take this day off throughout the last 2 months, and we certainly view yesterday's overall viewer hours as a notable anomaly, said GameSite CEO Adam Lieb. The last time daily viewer hours on Twitch were this low was back over in Christmas during December 2020. This is the lowest viewer hours have been for all of 2021. I just realized I'm probably going to be in lockdown during Christmas this year. I don't give a fuck about your stupid religious holidays. Anyway, you can see September 1's numbers compared to previous Wednesdays on Twitch chart below. There we go. Where were we? Homophobia, transphobia is the main attack vector, not racism. You think so? What does WAG mean? WAG is that they focus on PAC. What does WAG mean? That means something. I don't know what it means. Sorry. I don't know. Transphobia is more socially acceptable than racism. Oh, yeah. I can see that. They talk about minorities without making it a race issue. I see so many articles that are about trans people in general, but they laser focus on POC trans people. It's weird. Oh, wild ass guess. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for that one. Sup, gamers. Welcome back. Not Abby. I'm Abby. Lydia. Merry lockdown, Miss Hype.
Thank you for continuing your membership. I had no idea I was subbed low.
Thank you for the sub, Lydia. Okay, so let's continue. Thank you for the tier 1. September 1 has 54,877,853 viewer hours. This is a bit more than 15% lower than the 65,167,792 viewing hours from the preceding Wednesday. Some streamers couldn't engage in the protest, as some have contractual obligations with Twitch or sponsors that require them to stream. Otherwise, the drop could have been higher. All of this is to say the protest did make a difference. Today, Twitch has sent an email out to creators noting that it has heard the criticism and it is working on measures to address hate raids. Of course, promises of future support do nothing to help those suffering from the problem right now. The tools Twitch offers in the meantime clearly do little to protect its content creators. For many, it's not enough. Which, I mean, yeah, we covered that already. Like, we know that. Excuse me. Yeah, trans people of color are the most at risk in the US. That's true. There's a significant, oh, you're using an ad blocker, go fuck yourself. But what I wanted to talk about, I mean, that article was a bit dodge, not gonna lie, but, CNN Business. Well, here we go, they actually mentioned black and LGBTQ. CNN is covering this. The Verge is covering this. Dexerto obviously is covering this. I mentioned USA Today had an article, I think I posted on my, thing on my Facebook page or whatever it was. Like this... The people who are saying, like, it's not going to do anything, Twitch is not going to do anything, it's not going to work, it's not going to, why are you bothering? One day off Twitch, this is the problem. It's like, a lot of the people who have got a problem with day off Twitch, which was like 7 days ago now, a lot of people who have the problem with it are basing it as though the entire protest was 1 day off. And that was it. Like, that was the entire thing. Not realizing there's been a whole social movement on Twitch to boycott, and day off Twitch was essentially a figurehead. It was just like, this is our crowning moment. We're saying, we're putting our foot down on this day to make this protest. There's still a whole bunch of discussion going on around this. We're still talking about it. We're still doing everything we can to actively stamp this out. And we're still spreading as much information to as many creators as possible. You know, I need to get more involved in like circulating the tools needed to help creators and all that sort of thing. I'm bad at that. Anyway, it was a boycott. Day off Twitch movement had very specific tech feature requests. There you go. It's the attitude of waiting till it's out of control to do something. Twitch is known for months. Oh yeah, they have. On this subject, yes, Draco. What's up? Like, Twitch knows, and Twitch is lazy. Twitch is a lazy platform. They don't do anything. What is this cable I'm looking at? Oh, that's the charger for my Fitbit. I'm looking at this. Where is it, actually? I'm going to plug it in. Sorry, I just noticed this random USB cable sitting there. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm going to plug my Fitbit in. So it charges. Anyway. Anyway, they might be doing what they claim they are, implementing controls quietly to make it harder to circumvent. Well, yeah. If they are doing that, I totally understand why they're keeping tight-lipped about it, which is good. Because, you know, the more they say, the more they, like, advertise, we're doing this to prevent hate raids, then the hate raiders are going to get on board with that, and they're going to be like, okay, let's work on tools to circumvent Twitch's tools. I told you in DMs about a friend who thought the day off wasn't going to matter and Twitch was doing all they could. Yes, I do remember that, Draco. She recanted, took the day off along with someone else who was in my discussion with the former. Cool. There you go. Nice. Learning about unique chat mode existing seemed like it might be useful still. Nope. Sorry, I hate to break it to you folks, but whenever the bots actually have attacked me, and I've noticed this in other screenshots from other streams, they'll add a little bit of code, a few randomly generated letters and numbers at the beginning of the message, so it counts as a unique message. So they'll still spam you with the same shit, you know, go kill yourself tranny, or whatever they're saying this week, but they'll put a little scramble of characters at the beginning, so it counts as a unique message, technically speaking. Doesn't matter. It's stupid. They found every single way at present. The only thing they haven't actually really figured out, I suppose, is getting around sub-only mode. So if you want to, I mean, I'm not going to say it. I had a thought pop into my head. Maybe you have the same thought about sub-only mode. But I feel like they may be able to circumvent even that. So anyway. The way around it is subbing. Yeah, the way around it is subbing. But chargebacks are a thing. Anyway. Anywho, the fact that Streamlabs alerts can be so easily botted is scary. Yeah, I've seen people's streams actually get... Oh, there we go. That's a good poll. I'll do that one, Yara. Hang on. Let me actually... I'm going to do this. Oh, that's not what I want. I'll just open a new tab. I am just going to run your poll, because this will be interesting to get this data from you folks, if you've got it. So...
I
Sammy,
see you brought guests.
hello.
Welcome, friends.
There we go. Yeah, it's weird that we use the term raid. Hello, Sammy. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to tonight? Yeah, I can see that. I can see that backfiring, and maybe that's why they haven't done it yet. So, you know, that's a whole thing. I think they wouldn't risk it. Put some pretty colors on for you. Hang on. Oh, man, that's not on. That wasn't on the whole time, and nobody told me. How dare you? There we go. We got party lights now. Nobody told me, dude. I forgot my bed lights weren't on. Fuck. Chat dev mostly, but did some alright work. Were you doing some music mixing tonight? I think the last one you saw was over a week ago. I haven't. Yeah, the lights weren't on. Thank you. Good job. Getting too old for this light. I remember that one. Doing a theme for a podcast for commission. Since it's news theme, you do the standard Telegraph sound thing. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Would have been the one in my chat 2 weeks ago. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Needs a bunch of subs. Otherwise, it's just some random dickhead and not a raid. True. So it would need to be a lot. It would need to be a lot of money, and they'd need to find some. And the thing is, I worry they could probably figure out some way to do it. Unfortunately. But yeah. Why are we still talking about this? We're giving them ideas that could fuck streamers even harder. Anyway, they're probably watching us right now. Hi, hate raiders. I'm sorry you're an incel. Anyway, I'm gonna say that. I don't give a shit. Doing a theme for a podcast for commission. Oh yeah, I read that bit. Listen to the Inconsolables is a bit of a subliminal marketing. Oh my god. So 1 week ago. So yeah. Depends on where you hang out though, I suppose. You know. Certain streamers might have just been... I feel like given the fact that... there we go, 1 week ago. Given the fact that it's been a pretty hot topic, I do wonder if maybe the hate raiders have found their specific main targets and have now decided to move on to just focusing on them for the time being, because we've seen certain streamers particularly get doxxed and all of that kind of thing. That's again my main worry. And I obviously I haven't seen a hate raid in my channel for over a week, so I haven't been on Twitch either. I haven't been watching streams. I've been off Twitch. I've been mostly off Twitter, honestly, until like today, yesterday-ish. Not really off Twitter, but, you know, I've been generally just avoiding a lot of social media.
I see
Kabe,
you.
hello, hello, friendos.
Welcome.
Well, we'll put the hate. Well, not the hate raid lights, Abby. Fuck. We'll put the Which one is it? There we go. That one. Hello, Doom. Hello, everybody. Hello, welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? What did you get up to tonight? Tell us all about your stream while we put apparently our hate raid lights on. That's not what I meant to say. We've been talking about hate raids, so. Welcome in, friends. My name's Abigail Beck. I'm the host of the Rogue Room. I'm very fucking doomer most of the time, honestly. We talk about climate change sometimes, or how shit the games industry is. Fully radicalized, fuck yes. Us. That's what we want. Yes, I need to get the collar that says Doomer. I'm going to get a collar. I'm going to get a choker that says Doomer. Right? It's like 50-ish bucks, I think, total. Maybe a bit more, but you can get a choker that has custom lettering on it, and I'm gonna get one that says Doomer. I'm gonna wear it. Okay. Speaking of the games industry, agree. By the way, hi Jaru. Okay, let's do the Tripwire thing. I think I saved a link to this. Let's have a look. We'll look at Australia's new surveillance state in a moment. Oh, come on! You're telling me I didn't? Dooma. Here we go. We'll look at this Verge article. Okay, so let's just hope this doesn't bring up any of that Google shit again, because it keeps doing that. How did stream go, everybody? How did stream go? Dwemer ruins. So, this is relevant. This is political. Video games is political. Tripwire CEO out 53 hours after tweeting his opinions on Texas abortion law.
You are too kind.
Hey, Gabby, thank you for gifting us up to Jaru. John Gibson lost his CEO position in a blisteringly fast example of actions and consequences. John Gibson, CEO of Tripwire Interactive, the studio known for making horror games like Killing Floor and Maneater, was made to step down a blisteringly quick... Stop using the word blisteringly. Quick 53 hours after he tweeted in favor of the controversial Texas abortion law. In the tweet, he says, proud of the US Supreme Court affirming the Texas law banning abortion for babies with a heartbeat. As an entertainer, I don't get political often, yet with so many vocal peers on the other side of this issue, I felt it was important to go on record as a pro-life game developer. Why? Why? Did he think he was making some valiant stand here? Why? Legitimately, I don't need to do the George Carlin bit. Like, being pro-life is being anti-woman. We know it was being anti-birthing people. Let's be honest with ourselves. Because this discussion never considers trans men or non-binary people who can give birth, for the record. But the point remains. Didn't technically affirm the law. Also, was a terrible decision that would have made hideous precedent if they hadn't put it on the shadow docket. Yeah, so I don't know all the finer details. All I know is Texas was considering a bounty system for people or for anyone involved in assisting someone who is pregnant with getting an abortion. Right? We'll come back. We'll read the whole detail about the actual abortion bill shortly. The tweet drew sharp criticism from across the gaming industry, with many consumers stating they would no longer buy Tripwire games and sharing how to block the developer from showing up in Steam recommendations. Oh, good idea. Detractors also noted that Gibson's pro-life opinion wasn't the problem, but that he chose to voice it publicly in his capacity as a CEO and in support of a law that essentially offers $10,000 bounties on abortion seekers and the people who help them. Oh, we're going to learn about the abortion bill now anyway, apparently. Gibson, wait. The Texas law known as SB 8 bans abortion when a fetal heartbeat is detected. While the term fetal heartbeat is not medical in nature, the phrasing of the law effectively bans abortion around 6 weeks into the pregnancy, which can be before a person even knows they are pregnant. Thank you, Jaru. I was just nursing this over here. Anyway, a critical component of the law deputizes private citizens, very bad idea, not the state, to enforce it, granting people the ability to sue abortion providers and anyone accused of abetting abortion seekers. For any person who wins such a suit, they can be awarded $10,000. That is grim. That is so fucking grim. Holy shit. Gibson tweeted his support for the law on September 4th. The next day, Shipwright Studios, a co-development services studio, tweeted that they would be cancelling any contracts they had with Tripwire. We cannot in good conscience continue to work with Tripwire under the current leadership structure, Shipwright Studios wrote a mere 24 hours after Gibson's tweet. Excuse me. By September 6th, Tripwire announced Gibson will be stepping down as CEO effective immediately. His comments disregarded the values of our whole team, our partners, and much of our broader community, Tripwire wrote on their website. Excuse me, fuck. Our leadership team at Tripwire are deeply sorry and are unified in our commitment to take swift action and to foster a more positive environment. Alan Wilson will replace Gibson as interim CEO. It is unknown if Gibson will continue to be employed by Tripwire. Yeah, so there's a thing. There's a thing. And this is the major issue. Oh, it's not a major issue. There is an issue. Oh, hang on. There we go. I didn't realize we were in followers only mode. Sorry. Hang on a sec. Somebody DM'd me and they said we're in followers only mode. Why doesn't it tell me in chat that it's in followers only mode? I'm reading chat. Why is it never telling me? Why does it never tell me? Twitch, you've got an emote only mode thing. We're not now. Welcome in, folks. Sorry. Fucking hell. I hate that. I don't like followers only mode. I really don't, but you know. The heartbeat rhetoric is completely non-scientific, but of course that doesn't stop chuds by any means. True. True. Should happen to anyone who is vocally in favor of such laws. Yes, it should. Feels more like a publicity thing versus actually stripping him of his power. I mean, maybe. It may well be, yeah. I also hate maybe follow if you want. And we're like 122 followers away from 5k, so that's pretty cool. Majority Report had a pretty good interview on the jurisprudence yesterday. I'll see if we can find that. That sounds good to watch. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Thanks so much for including trans men in masks. Absolutely, absolutely. All trans folks are welcome here. As long as they're not assholes. These days, the majority of the SCOTUS doesn't care about law or precedent. They just twist it to get the result they want. Well, yeah. At any rate, yeah, like I'm obviously pro-abortion, but anti-choice. There's enough people. Stop procreating. No, I'm kidding. It's honestly, yeah, it's kind of scary that we're doing this again. Why are we doing this again? Wasn't there a whole big thing about abortion rights a while back? Why are we revisiting this issue? We don't need to revisit this issue. You know, I personally believe that some clump of cells inside somebody else's body that has the capacity to upend that person's life is not as valuable as the person carrying it. The person carrying that clump of cells has a life, has an existence. And if they don't want that clump of cells to drastically change their life, they have every right to get rid of it. You know? That's my view on it. I don't care what the circumstances are. I don't care if it's rape or incest or whatever, or if it's consensual sex without a condom. I don't give a shit. If someone wants an abortion, let them have it. It's none of your business. End of discussion. There should not be any kind of narrative around this idea
The Rogue Room appreciates your recommendation.
There should be absolutely no discussion around this idea that certain circumstances should be okay to have an abortion. No. When I say I'm pro-choice, I mean if you legitimately get pregnant from having unprotected sex and you want to get an abortion, go for it. Like that's my part of the discussion. It's like, go for it, dude. Do whatever you want. You know? That baby hasn't earned the right to live. Why do we want to bring more people into this world, especially in circumstances where a lot of babies, I'm going to put it this, a lot of unwanted pregnancies result in really horrible life circumstances. Abusive parents or, I don't know, any number of things. You know, homelessness, yo-yo is not a horrible circumstance. Well, yeah, you know, not that I'm saying, you know, anyone who, by the way, not that I'm saying anyone who was an unwanted pregnancy is not valid as a person, but, you know, look how you turned out, Zara. Pretty, and awesome. I'll stop being complimentary now. I'm pro, I don't have a womb, so my opinion is shite in this instance, or just do you... Yeah, exactly, like, that's my main thing, is like, I don't have a womb, my opinion shouldn't matter, but the only opinion that should matter in the abortion discussion is the women, or the people with wombs. The birthing people, because I know the conservatives hate that one. The people who can give birth are the only ones whose opinions should be involved in this discussion, period. The people who can have periods. Oh, look, we've got another one of these cunts. Go away. They wanted to control women has little to do with the kids. And, like, that's the thing. In this particular circumstance, I am going to say, it is legitimately, like, even considering trans masks who can have children, this specific political discussion is about controlling women specifically. When I say that, I mean it's about controlling the conservative view of women, that being people with a uterus. They see trans masks as women regardless of if they've transitioned or not. You can link satire, everyone. So that's the important perspective to take on this. It's like, yes, it legitimately is about controlling women, like in their viewpoint. Yes, I hate babies. Fuck them. They're stupid. Throw them in the trash. Let me bring my microphone back in because it's not in there. What's this video? Let me have a look. Let me get my listening things on, because I don't have my listening things on. Yeah, we got a dog shit troll in here. At least it's just a troll. Abortions are good, actually. Yeah, I'm pro-abortion but anti-choice. You fucking idiot. Just drag the troll while they're quiet. Fuck them. For the record, I have kids. I love my kids. I care for my kids. But there are many people who shouldn't have children, who unfortunately do have children because of unfortunate circumstances. And yeah, like, honestly, like, if you don't want to have kids, of course, take all the precautions necessary so you don't. Oh, this is college humor? Alabama's other abortion options. Let's have a look. Hello, Gomez. Let's go on.
Hello. I'm Alabama Governor Kay Ivey, and I'm here today to clear up some of the confusion about our recently passed abortion ban. While it's true we've banned abortions during the first 9 months of pregnancy, we actually do allow termination following the 9th month through a variety of postnatal abortion offerings, from school shootings to poor education. Alabama's abortion bill broadens the scope of heartbeat bills that have already passed in Ohio, Georgia, and Missouri. And just like those states, we provide many safe, non-hormonal options for postnatal abortion. For women living in rural areas, we offer the lack of accessible hospitals.
Oh, fuck.
I campaigned against Medicaid expansion in my last election. If waiting for your local hospital to close, as 13 of ours have in the past 8 years, seems like too long of a wait, we offer several fast-track solutions.
I will agree, Nika, is like, abortions are not good. Like, not shit posting for a second. Abortions are not good. They're not. Like, it's not a good thing, but they are necessary. And the moment you start restricting abortions is the moment they just become more lethal. Okay? You're going to end up killing more people who need to get abortions because they'll just go to dangerous back alley options. But yeah, if you want to actually limit them, good sex ed and free contraception. And abstinence does not work. Abstinence needs to get the fuck out of any kind of curriculum. Abstinence is not going to work. And they know it. They know it. So we're clear.
Just not faster than 9 months. In our opioid fast track, we'll give your newborn a cute koala-shaped fentanyl lollipop to suck on that gets them hooked young. Tastes like Alabama. More opioids get prescribed here than our state's population, so you'll have much better access to this form of abortion than getting to one of the 2 Planned Parenthoods still open in the state. There were over 20 abortion clinics open in Alabama in the 90s, but now there are only 3. Another great example of the incredible strides we're making to move away from prenatal abortions towards more postnatal abortions. As the birthplace of many notable African Americans, and the host state of the civil
Okay, that was cringe. I don't know what that was about. Anyway, I think this skit could have been significantly shortened just based on what I'm looking at. But anyway, where were we? No one would prefer to have an abortion over just not getting pregnant. Yeah, I think that's a good point to be made. Exactly. It's like, yeah, people are not trying to go out of their way to get pregnant to have abortions. Well, I mean, there's probably a few. Let's be real with ourselves. Some people want the experience for some fucking reason. But when, like, people are gonna have sex. People are just gonna have sex. You can't prevent that from happening. Abstinence does not work. Abstinence is not a thing, okay? People do not abstain. They don't. It doesn't work. So you're going to have those pregnancies anyway. And giving people with wombs the opportunity to terminate a pregnancy that they don't want cannot be a bad thing. Right? It can't. Try to get pregnant, but it didn't work. Damn, that sucks. Never mind. Here's how poor my family is. I've had to help them multiple times over the past decades, including saving them from losing their house. You know, have over $370K in loan debt. Fuck that. Can't have kids. Exactly. It's like no abortions these days for how big the country is. Should bite the bullet. Yeah, if you want to get a vasectomy, get a vasectomy. Yes, exactly. Made a very lewd comment. Oh, yeah, the Texas governor. Yes, let's read this article because this is, yes, I have this one. I'm pretty sure I have this one. I better have this one. Yes. You're right. Absolutely, yes. Okay, hang on. Let me bring this up. Where is my thing? Come over here. I don't know why this is not opening my new tabs in this window over here, but anyway. Okay, so this is a good point. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Vorlon. Governor Abbott, abortion bill won't force rape victims to have babies. Texas will eliminate rapists. Why now? Why only now? What took you so long to eliminate rapists? What's your plan? I'm curious. Anyway, we can start with Trump. Texas Governor Greg Abbott weighed in on a burning question related to the state's recently implemented law banning abortions once a fetal heartbeat is detected. Which again, not medical terminology. What about victims of rape? During a Tuesday press conference, Abbott said the law gives rape victims up to 6 weeks to get an abortion and thus does not do that, force victims to have their assaulter's child. Again, that's not how that works. The state of Texas has taken a national beating for the passage of Senate Bill 8, which went into effect September 1. Under the law, abortions cannot be performed once a fetal heartbeat is detected, which can happen as soon as 6 weeks. SB 8 also allows private citizens to sue abortion providers. Yeah, we read that bit. Joe Biden calling it unconstitutional chaos. That's good. Despite the outcry, the U.S. Supreme Court allowed the law to stand last week after a group of Texas abortion clinics and advocates requested the law be blocked. SCOTUS could still make a move soon. On Tuesday, Abbott said Texas will also provide support for sexual assault victims through state organizations. Outraged protesters are still in awe. Women will only have a few weeks to get an abortion no matter the circumstances. Birthing people, but whatever. It's honestly sickening. I was raped by my abusive boyfriend while I was asleep. I have a condition where my uterus is deformed and giving birth could potentially kill me. And that's the thing, too. It's like, there are many people who will literally die if they get pregnant. But yeah, let's get to this part here. He's still backing the bill even when asked why there was no exception for victims of rape. Let's be clear, rape is a crime. Oh, that's going to stop people. And Texas will work tirelessly to make sure that we eliminate all rapists from the streets of Texas. Because the streets are where you find rapists, isn't it? by aggressively going out and arresting them and prosecuting them, and getting them off the streets. Yeah, you're gonna stop all them street rapists out there. Do they know the statistics around rape at all, or like? I hope people like him realize that the majority of rape and sexual assault happens by someone the victim knows personally. Doesn't happen outside an Arby's. Like 90-something% of my cases are sexual abuse and assault. Oh, hang on. Wait. Michelle Tugel, a lawyer who's suing the state on behalf of sexual assault survivors, says in her experience cases last longer than 6 weeks and are rarely successful. 90-something% of my cases are sexual abuse and assault cases. Somewhere between 70 to 80% of them, there's no criminal prosecution despite our efforts. A lot of the times, the cases do come down to what you believe, Mao said. Oh, District Attorney Wes Mao. When the cases go to trial, they do result in a conviction more often than not, but that is by no means saying that we convict most people who are charged with this crime. There's also a grey area when you define rape, making it harder to arrest someone who is accused, according to Mao. They are usually people that know each other, and one person is taking advantage of the other person and putting them in a compromising position. As protesters make their way to the Capitol, survivors hope their voices don't go unheard. And then, reached out and to see if there's a plan. We have not heard back. Of course you haven't heard back. Why would you have heard back? Anyway. We should go to every Texan forest and clean the streets there. The streets of Texas will be free and pure. The belief that rapists are boogeymen lurking in bushes. And I wonder how many of them actually legitimately believe that narrative. It's so stupid. The rhetoric here in the States is that women are using abortion as a form of birth control in the same vein as the pill. This is especially targeted at POC communities. It's all disgusting, but people believe it. Yeah, that's the scary part. People actually legitimately believe this shit. And it's like, it has no basis in reality. There's none at all. None at all. Okay, so hang on. Why doesn't he just say they're going to take... Oh, God. That's clearly what he means. I mean, it may well be. Got a fascist party and a failure party. You're not wrong. Okay. There's actually a good reason to not have any exceptions except unforeseen health problems for the childbearer. If your abortion laws are sane, you can get abortions for an acceptable and scientifically logical amount of time. This won't eliminate abortions, only safe abortions. Yeah. It's going to lead to more people dying as a result of trying to get unsafe abortions. This might actually be good. Stop throwing things at me, but this policy has gone down so bad there is a chance this stupid policy could make Texas go blue. I've heard something about this. I have heard something about this. Oh, true. Expect a massive increase in voter suppression, which Texas is kind of known for. We have a man who probably raped someone while he was drunk in his college years, and he's a SCOTUS justice. Well, great. Awesome. America's got such a good system. However do they do it? The CEO of IKEA has been elected Prime Minister of Sweden. He's currently assembling his cabinet. Fuck. Fuck you. God damn it. We have a president who probably sexually assaulted a staffer. We've got people here in the Australian Parliament who more than likely sexually assaulted staffers. So, yep. It's not at all surprising. It's very depressing and miserable, but it's not at all shocking or anything like that. Yeah, the Satanic Temple is suing for religious freedom. Hey, kind. Jaru, thank you for gifting a sub to Mephistopheles. Paying forward that gift sub. Thank you so kindly. Let me see here. There was something. There was this thing recently. Let me see if I can find it. With regards to the Satanist temple thing, where it's like it's an infraction upon their religious right to get abortion or something like that. Is what they're doing. And Lucia Everblack posted this, which is fucking cool. The abortion ban in Texas is absolutely disgusting. My friend has been raising money for the Texas Abortion Fund by selling these shirts, which are a wire hanger upside down pentagram, which is, grim imagery, but effective. If you want to look into that, there's the link to the tweet. I'm going to get one. Australian government is fucking up the environment real bad. Yes, they are. It sucks. It's really fucking bad. Actually, there is a news article about that we can cover very shortly. Someone just won. What did I miss? Holding gun. We will destroy the rapist. Hand starts turning gun around. They've never won a case. Who's never won a case? Oh yeah, the Satanic Temple. Well, that's not good, is it? Announces legal action. I mean, we could hope against hope that it actually works, but yeah. Says its members should be exempt for religious reasons. Let's have a look. I can only hope this gets turned around because it's fucking worrying. Pro-choice advocates in Texas have been offered a faint ray of hope from a possibly unexpected source this week: Satanists. Purportedly in the name of religious freedom, the Satanic Temple has hit back hard against the state's recent institution of draconian anti-abortion laws. Yes, please remember to sub off Twitch. You can use the Patreon, the coffee, or Streamlabs' new monthly tip option if you want to go that route. The Massachusetts-based religious group has filed a letter with the U.S. FDA to make the case that abortion is the faith-based right of its members. The Satanic Temple argued that under the Religious Freedom Act, Freedom Restoration Act, the RFRA, which was created to allow Native Americans access to peyote for use in rituals, its members should be allowed to access abortion pills, misoprostol and mifepristone, without regulatory action. Satanic Temple spokesperson Lucian Greaves said in a statement, "I am sure Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, who famously spends a good deal of his time composing press releases about religious liberty issues in other states, will be proud to see that Texas's robust religious liberty laws, which he so vociferously champions, will prevent future abortion rituals from being interrupted by superfluous government restrictions meant only to shame and harass those seeking an abortion." Hang on, it won't. What won't? Are you referring to this? SCOTUS has made its decision. The choice not to provide injunctive relief indicates they're going to uphold it when a case comes up. Okay. Go away. He added that Satanists hold bodily autonomy and science sacrosanct, and abortion rituals are an important part of those beliefs, reports Fortune. The battle for abortion rights is largely a battle of competing religious viewpoints, and our viewpoint is that the non-viable fetus as part of the impregnated host is fortunately protected under religious liberty laws, he said. Wait, our viewpoint is that the... Okay. The Texas Heartbeat Act, which came into effect on September 1, prohibits abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy and empowers private citizens to sue anyone who aids and abets. This is the part that just blows my fucking mind at the back of my skull. Putting bounties on people seeking an abortion. How can anyone look at that and think that's in good conscience, in good faith? How can anyone, legitimately anyone? It's baffling. I don't get it. That's legitimately fascistic. It's legitimately... Fuck, dude. I don't even have words for that. Some conservatives even oppose the Plan B bill, which in no way causes abortion. Plan B pill. Well, yeah. The Satanic... So hang on. We're back from our restful long weekend and our batteries are recharged so we can continue helping people get abortions. What do we miss? P.S. The Satanic Temple ritual doesn't work to exempt you from abortion restrictions. Stop spreading that misinformation. I see. Until SCOTUS grants religious exemptions to the Satanic Temple, their ritual is subject to all applicable legal restraints. Why did Twitter change its coloration from purple to blue? Anyway. It is about power. That's the thing. We can try to argue the good faith thing all the live long day, but the reality is it's not about faith. It's not about treating people like human beings. It's all about control. It's all about manipulation. And I don't know how anyone can look at... Most civilians should look at this and be like, this is not a good thing. But... I don't know. You sleepy, Zara? No, I know the Twitter color's in my settings, but I don't know why it changed when I opened up a new tab. Let me just see if it... No, yeah, it's still purple. It's still purple on my... Just when I opened that tweet for some reason. I don't know. That was weird. Enjoy that lurk, Looper. Obviously, everything's a bit fucked, but it's like, it's slightly okay or whatever. I don't know. Everything fucked. Woo. Hang on, let me have a look. What did you say? Government overreach is being combated by capitalist ghouls. Oh shit. It's like the Matrix, but without the kung fu. It's about controlling bodily autonomy and power to a very specific group of ghouls. I mean, yes, exactly. That's ultimately it. There's a specific group of people in charge of this kind of thing. This is kind of neat, though. I've got a few articles on this issue. I've got a few articles on this. Justice Department will protect, and that's in quotes, will protect abortion seekers in Texas. Will this be this is the problem, is like we've had the Satanic Temple thing basically debunked. What about this? Justice Department will protect abortion seekers in Texas. Will not tolerate violence against anyone who is trying to obtain an abortion in Texas as federal officials explore options to challenge a new state law that bans most abortions. Why did this happen? Fuck, dude. Like, I don't know. This is one of those things that I just can't wrap my head around. Why we're even discussing this. Why are we having this conversation? Why are we having this conversation? What the fuck? The Justice Department said Monday that it will not tolerate violence against anyone who is trying to obtain an abortion in Texas as federal officials explore options to challenge a new state law that bans most abortions. Attorney General Merrick Garland said the Justice Department will protect those seeking to obtain or provide reproductive health services. What's happened there? The word font got changed. Under a federal law known as the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act. Garland said in a statement that federal prosecutors are still urgently exploring options to challenge the Texas law. Hello, Izzy. How you doing? He said the Justice Department would enforce the federal law in order to protect the constitutional rights of women and other persons, including access to an abortion. Yeah, we started with that issue, Fox, and then we moved on to the whole discussion around it. The Tripwire CEO. Yeah, we covered that a bit earlier. The feds should just tell Texas to go fuck itself and set up a distribution network. Yes, they should. Yes, they fucking should. Yeah, he said the Justice Department would enforce the federal law in order to protect the constitutional rights of women and other persons, including access to an abortion. The federal law, known as the FACE Act, prohibits physically obstructing or using the threat of force to intimidate or interfere with a person seeking reproductive health services. The law also prohibits damaging property at abortion clinics and other reproductive health centers. That hasn't stopped people from firebombing abortion clinics in the past, though. The new Texas law prohibits abortions once medical professionals can detect cardiac activity, usually around 6 weeks before some women know they're pregnant. Courts have blocked other states from imposing similar restrictions, but Texas law differs significantly because it leaves enforcement up to private citizens through lawsuits instead of criminal prosecutors. Justice Department officials have been in contact with U.S. attorneys in Texas and the FBI field officers in the state to discuss enforcing the federal provisions. The department will provide support from federal law enforcement when an abortion clinic or reproductive health center is under attack, Garland said. We will not tolerate violence against those seeking to obtain or provide reproductive health services, physical obstruction, or property damage in violation of the FACE Act. It's all about profit, not power. I mean, power and profit go hand in hand, pretty much. You know. Health insurance companies make a lot more money from a birth than a termination. Well, yes. But it is still profit, power, same basic concept, really. Doesn't really matter what it is. Which is kind of reveals just how heinous everything really is, doesn't it? Abortion is a reliable wedge issue to get their voters to the polls. Yeah, true. Ah, fuck, this just makes me depressed. So someone on Twitter called DMCA Free Music liked one of your comments. Oh, really? So yeah, I don't know, I feel like I've said everything I can really say. Like, the reality of the situation is there is a very ethical grounds for which to... there's a very ethical stance to take on this issue, and that is that anyone who can get pregnant should have the ability to terminate that pregnancy if they end up getting pregnant. There's no... my view, there's legitimately no argument against it. But the problem is, like, what counts as legitimate? What's a legitimate argument? But this is fun. However, this is neat. GoDaddy to terminate hosting of Texas anti-abortion tip website. Texas Right to Life, the group owning the website, in a statement said it will not be silenced. It will not be silenced. Okay. Adding that would put its website back up. The ban, which took effect early Wednesday, leaves enforcement up to individual citizens, enabling them to sue anyone who provides or aids and abets an abortion up to 6 weeks. Citizens who win such lawsuits, yeah, we know that. Website hosting service GoDaddy, yes, they're going to terminate the web. Yeah. Said it will terminate services for the owner of an anti-abortion website that allows people to report suspected abortions in response to a new Texas law that imposes a near-total ban on it. Last night, we informed pro-life whistleblower they have violated GoDaddy's terms of service and have 24 hours to move to a different provider. Texas Right to Life, the group owning the website, in a statement said it will not be silenced, adding that it will put its website back up. Our IT team is already in the process of transferring our assets to another provider and will have the site restored within 24 to 48 hours. Come back soon. The ban, which took effect early on Wednesday, leaves enforcement up to individual citizens. Yeah, we know that. The group's website, Pro-Life Whistleblower, allows people to submit anonymous tips on suspected abortions. Oh, that's it. That's all it is. I mean, good on you, GoDaddy. That's a pog move. That's an ethical choice to do that. Hell yes. But, still shouldn't even be happening. Like, honestly. And then, like, here's the thing. Okay, with the profit thing, with the power things, like, we know restricting abortions is about power. We know there are elements like some capitalistic profit drive, like the medical industry and all of that kind of thing. That's not the main point. It's not, I mean, the legislature is the important takeaway, the important facet to consider. But if we look at just that Tripwire CEO dude, this is the major problem that I have with it personally, is there are a significant number of regular people who are very, very pro-life. And when I say pro-life, I mean they're pro-birth. They're pro-forcing someone who can get pregnant to carry that pregnancy to term. That's the main issue, is that there are so many people out there who are vehemently in favor of taking away the rights of anyone who can get pregnant, who has gotten pregnant, taking away their ability to have their own life, taking away their ability to live healthily. Yeah, they're anti-choice. They're anti-autonomy. Yeah, exactly. And they see those particular people as less, like they see anyone who can get pregnant as lesser. And again, the people who are pro-life are looking at anyone who can get pregnant as a woman is the important thing. Doesn't matter if it's a trans-masc person or a non-binary person with a uterus. They're all women to those conservatives, those pro-birthers, okay? Those anti-abortionists. It's largely the civilian opinion of conservatives that's the real issue. And the people in power, like, yeah, they're bad, obviously. But the main point I want to illustrate is the fact that it's a lot of... I'm trying to think. My brain's foggy. Hang on. A few pro-life people who have had abortions, like... Of course they're hypocrites as well, by the way. They're the very same people... The very same people who want abortion to be outlawed are the very same people who are against welfare programs. The very same people who are against any kind of social services that help the disenfranchised, who help the unfortunate. That's not the word I want, but like, I think you get the point I'm making. They want these children to be born regardless of the circumstances of their birth. And when those people are born, they want them to struggle and suffer and live in a painful existence. I mean, don't get me wrong, wealthy people can get abortions too. In fact, they're more likely to be able to get a safe abortion regardless of the laws. But it's all about forcing people to have children they don't want. And it's one of the... There was a good quote by someone whose name escapes me right now. And like it's basically the Carlin bit, like they want live babies so they can grow up to be dead soldiers kind of thing. Like, that's the kind of thing. But it's not just that. There's also, like, still, remarkably today, there is still a lot of people who genuinely believe in the white replacement theory. Or the white replacement conspiracy. Whatever it is. And this person, who is far more intelligent than I, essentially said the reason they want to get rid of abortion, the reason they want to force more people to carry these children to term, is so that they can pump out more white babies. Which, if you restrict access to abortion, that's also going to affect people of color communities. But yeah, they want an underclass. They want more babies. They want more people growing up in poverty. They want more people growing up in these circumstances. And they also believe that it is a man's right to have sex with their wife. Yeah, exactly. It's all about controlling the population through as many little pieces as possible. And that's the scary part. It's crazy. Someone earlier said it best: force them to be born in destitution so they're forced to join the military to support themselves. Yeah. Live babies, dead soldiers. That's basically it. It's all to create an underclass. So yeah, profit and power are the same thing, essentially. When you say it's all about profit, it's like, well, we know. We're well aware. Profit is power. So the more people they have churning away in their factories or going off to die in war or anything, it's all to service the same end. You know. As Christopher Hitchens pointed out, that Mother Teresa's anti-abortion position was to fill her orphanages, as she considers each soul would feed her church. Yeah. Damn, I miss Hitch. It's how they eliminate rape. They pretend it doesn't exist. Well, yeah, literally. Mother Teresa was a monster. Oh, yeah. She was awful. Cool, going and jump off a bridge. I mean, yeah. I agree. Here I am saying I want to create a nice, comfortable, you know, cozy, safe space for queer folks and other marginalized people. Let's talk about abortion for like 45 minutes. I know how to content. Wonder if cis men are so anti-abortion because they never have to be pregnant for 9 months. I mean, the very fact that they can simply never have that experience allows them to... I mean, we know that, you know, generally speaking, cis het men will look down, like they know that socially they are above anyone with a womb, which they consider women. And it's that much easier to look down on them. And it's that much easier to say, you're in this position, you have this equipment, your role in society is to do this. Like, too bad Hitchens supported shit like America's military campaigns in the century. I mean, yeah. True. Several things combined. They have a lot of reasons to want people to carry pregnancies to term. It's capitalism and imperialism. It's religion and sex. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons. Let's not forget that society reinforces the deification of birth. Fertile people have extreme difficulty in getting sterilization. Most doctors don't want to do it. It's really more if you don't want kids to be born with a womb. Pretty much. Doesn't taking care of an egg for a few weeks in high school for science class counts. You would think, like, let's put this into perspective for a second, because I forget what I was reading. Something about, oh no, it was about food, but you know, it kind of leads to the same overall concept. If we consider the fact that, like, there are a lot of people starving in the world. There are a lot of people in America starving in the streets, starving in low-income housing, starving in poverty in general, share houses filled with families that are just too big. We look at, you know, all the food we massively overproduce in the first world. We could afford to feed all those people. And if we feed those people who are often the result of, yeah, like was mentioned before, oftentimes unwanted pregnancies. And when I say unwanted pregnancies, I don't necessarily mean the families didn't want children, but that they were not in a stable financial situation to be able to even have children. So to that end, you know, they're forced to have kids, and like, yeah, abstinence, whatever. Doesn't work. People are going to have sex. People are going to have unprotected sex. People are going to have restricted access to things to make sex safe. But anyway, when you've got all these mouths to feed, which you can feed, but you're throwing food away, you're preventing that underclass from elevating themselves to being better for the capitalistic society in which we live. Unfortunately, capitalism requires an underclass for it to work. It requires the threat of homelessness and hunger and poverty and all of that. It requires that to function. And I forget who it was that posted this thread, but it basically talked about the idea that if we were to feed everyone in society properly, if we were to give everyone in society proper accommodation, a roof over their heads, food, clothes, those people would be more highly motivated to become active members of society, active, functioning cogs in the machine. They would be happier workers. The capitalistic machine would become better. But unfortunately, any kind of providing food, shelter, clothing, entertainment, providing any of that is seen as socialism, and socialism is demonized. If you try to take care of the people in your country, it's not. If you try to take care of the people that currently can't even take care of themselves, you're seen as helping lazy people who did not pull themselves up by the bootstraps. Like, any time I'm going to this is a hot and spicy take here, feel free to cancel me for this one. Any single time I see a story of some homeless person pulling themselves up by the bootstraps and getting a good job, I fucking hate it. I genuinely fucking hate it, because it just paints it as though every other homeless person, every other impoverished person is just not doing good enough. They're all just lazy. They all just don't have the moxie to become functioning members of society. I fucking hate that shit. And that's the point. Right? I look like I'm about to rob an alternative store. I fucking will. If there were any open. But yeah. Free bootstraps. That's the thing that pisses me off. Is like, anytime you see any of those, like, I was on the side of the road holding a picket or whatever, and I had my bindle, and I was busking for money, and I was washing windows, and then all of a sudden I got offered a job. It's designed to make you look as though everyone can do that. Every homeless person can just do that. Right? But they can't. Because the system we're in right now doesn't facilitate that. There's no universal basic income to give people the creature comforts necessary. The essentials. The food, the shelter, the water, the housing. The housing is the shelter. Why did I say that? Clothing, sorry. Healthcare. You cover the essentials, and then all of those people who are currently unproductive drains on society, like you keep calling them, will become productive members of society. And things will be better. We'll be a step more towards that utopia a lot of people love to ramble on about. Anyway, can we talk about the bootstraps thing? The whole phrase is like pulling yourself up over a fence by your bootstraps, meant to imply an impossible scenario. Yeah, I mean, that's why it's the phrase we use. Universal basic income has been proven to work, and they don't want it to work, is the thing. Because the system we're in right now requires that underclass, requires that threat of poverty. But it does work. Conservatives do not see people who help others. They look right past them and laser on the individual. Where are we? Isn't it interesting how these homeless helpers help only 1-2 people and then never seen helping again? Well, yeah, I mean, that's another thing. Is like, a lot of people, there's a lot of good people who do help just because. There's a lot of good people, excuse me, out there who are helping the homeless, who are working in homeless shelters, volunteering in homeless shelters, I should say. There's a lot of good people out there who are doing the good work that the government should be doing. And they're doing it for free. They're doing it because they realize they're in a privileged position, maybe. Like, I've heard of people who are just outside of poverty themselves, just over the poverty line, helping out at homeless shelters, going and cleaning up the streets, picking up litter, and, you know, doing whatever they can, despite the fact that they're not really in the place to help fix those problems. You know, one bad day is all it takes, and all of a sudden they're in that situation at the soup kitchen or whatever. They're the person that they're serving, you know. It's frustrating because conservative use it as a you got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, individualism bullshit. Yes, exactly. That's the main problem. It's like they act like it's so weird. How many phrases they adopt without understanding the meaning. It's baffling. Anyway, like it's not even targeting the people in that situation most times. People who have jobs need to have the threat of homelessness and destitution hanging over them, so they accept shit conditions. Yes, another thing. Especially in the US, where wages are fucked, you know, and they're fucked here as well. Wages are not good here either. We've got something we're going to talk about, like disability payments in a minute. Yeah, wages are absolutely fucked in America, and so to that end, companies are allowed to pay people shit wages to keep them employed. And fortunately, it seems like that's changing in the wake of the pandemic. Fortunately, it seems like, you know, companies are now going broke, going out of business. All of my staff quit because other companies were offering twice as much income as I was paying my workers, kind of thing. Good. Let those businesses crumble and fall apart. Let them collapse. They don't deserve to exist. I don't give a shit. Let your business collapse if you can't pay your workers properly. You know, if you can't pay them a livable wage, that's my main thing. That's one of my main things, is like if you are going to run a company of any capacity, you need to be able to pay your employees a livable wage. And when I say a livable wage, rent has to be paid, or mortgage payments need to be paid, electricity, what else was there? Like water or gas if you've got those. Internet should be considered a utility. Groceries, obviously, fuel, childcare should be covered for families. You know, people should be able to, and then of course money for recreation, whether that be, you know, treaty foods or clothes or fun, whatever, should be paid enough that there's enough left over. You shouldn't have to scrimp. Period. We live, me in Australia, people in the US, etc. We live in some of the wealthiest countries in the world, and why are people struggling? You know why. I'm stating the obvious. You know why. But there is no reason for it. Basic.
Exclamation mark sub off
Basic.
Twitch,
Yeah.
but I already have these bits.
Thank you so kindly for the 100. Get fucked if you can't pay people in a private business. Agreed. They have to, yeah. Alright. We're at 69 viewers. Nice. I need to pee. I'll be back in a minute because we got to take our midstream break anyway. Should internet be treated as a utility? I mean, like, fuck, I forget. There was a reasoning behind that point that I was making. I forget. Anyway. I think it should be covered.
Basic.
Oh, hello.
For your boobies.
For my boobies.
Basic.
Thank you, Gomez. Yes, I'm going to take a piss break, so don't go away, folks. I'll be back in a minute. I like your faces. I only like. Yo, 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 Papa 40 and check your rollies. It's crime time. What's up? Welcome back, folks. Well, welcome back to me. You were probably here the entire time. Eat my entire ass. Or don't. I mean, eat my entire I got wine and I got sultanas. By the way, Yarrow, thank you for that extra 5 bits. We're back. We're back. There was a poll that was just run while I was away. What happened? What was it? You're not hungry? Okay. Ass tastes like ass. Keep your teeth away from my... I need to... Ah, dang it. Hang on. Will that work? Dang it! Hang on. There we go. I need to know. It's all anonymous. You know, you don't need to worry about like if you have or if you haven't. I just like I'm just curious, just surveying my community to see how many of you actually legitimately eat ass. Oh, it was a hype train. What, really? Seriously? Or was it like a hype train like we'll start soon thing? Should you debate ace phobes or something? Is that content? I mean, you could if you want. Do you want to put yourself through the emotional stress of doing that, though? Have you eaten butt? No analing, please and thanks. Just be hygienic, exactly. Yes, we're doing ass eating discourse now, apparently. Have been eaten too. I wasn't asking for you to answer the question, but I mean, you can if you want. I couldn't put ass or ass, and I put spaces between the letters too. It wouldn't work. So we went with butt. Have you eaten butt? Try horse butthole. There's a surprising amount of you. Check my coffee. Oh, okay. That's intimidating. That's fucking intimidating. Sub off Twitch, heck Twitch, Bezos can kiss the widest part of my backside. Also, fall on. Thank you for the let's get to 2K. Holy crap. When did you do that? Both of you, thank you so much. Cheap ass bitch. Hey, it only played the alert one time. I have so many people not eating booty. Okay, I'm just gonna put this out there. Want to know who the 7 yeses are? Oh, damn it, I can't vote now. Do we talk about TERFs yet? Not specifically, but we're going to. We are going to. Yes, there is a thing that I want to talk about TERFs. Because there is a TERF thing. Judith Butler, Guardian article. Let's do that. Almost like some people aren't sexually active. I mean, there's that thing. Have I eaten butt? I'm one of the horniest people on this site. You need to ask that question. Be gay, punch a TERF. Punch some TERFs. Oh yeah, I got my jacket on, by the way. I hope it's cool. Really don't need to ask. No comment. TERF's getting mad. She pointed out they work with Fash. Yes, okay, so. Can we hit 2K today? That'd be Pog. Can we hit 2K? Is that actually accurate? Hang on. Let me have a look. We may already have. Let me have a look. I'm a sword lesbian. I got a sword. I'm a lesbian. Let me just check my PayPal really quickly. Is that right? I don't know if that's right. Whatever. I'm just trying to like verify myself as not a bot in pay. Really? You're gonna make me flex? I've got a jacket on. It's cold. We're actually $7.30 off 2,000. So that doesn't count if you go through like coffee or anything. It only counts if it goes through Streamlabs, which I still get 100% off, by the way. I don't mind if you use Streamlabs or whatever. But yeah, flex my sword. Okay, fine. Look here, you can get this. Okay, there's your flex. Oh, Look at... Holy fuck, I'm jacked. Jesus. Abby one's bigger one. So yeah, technically speaking, we're less than $10 away from 2K. There you go. Ripped girls are awesome. It is Abby streaming. How you doing, Mia? Alright, we'll talk about TERFs in a sec. Oh, this is a good thread off. I've read this. This is a good one. I want to look at this. Okay, we'll talk about this, then we'll talk about the Judith Butler thing.
A little under the table action
Yeah, right,
never
thank you for
went
the
astray.
$10. There we go. We've hit 2K. I want to get I want to say trans-exclusionary reactionary fascists. Feminism appropriating radical transphobes. What Judith Butler thing? We'll talk about that, but first I want to talk about this Twitter thread, which is really cool. So about a week ago, an interesting opportunity arose. Pretty much all the active UK transphobes tweeted using a single hashtag for a single event. That means that we can download those tweets and take a look at this group. I took to the Twitter API, here's what I found. Woo, we hit the 2K. Hang on. Give me a sec. I can do something. Hang on.
A little under
Hey!
the table action
Go, man,
never
thank you for
went
the $5.
astray. Beews.
Boobies. They're all one person? Close. Close. Let me just fix this up because you wish you had wine now. So, there we go. Let me just quickly correct this. What are you whinging about, Smudge? Oh, that didn't work. Hang on. There we go. I think I gotta... There we go. That should update in just a moment. Here, we'll talk about TERFs in a sec. I have such happy topics. Doesn't make me, you know, bemoan my existence at all. There we go. We've hit the 2K. Poggers. I might actually get my tits done. Holy fuck. Sorry, I punched the microphone again. Okay, so let's look at this. So, firstly, if you were like me, you saw I Stand With Marion Miller trending with upwards of 27k tweets, and your heart sank. After all, how could there be that much hate going around? Well, the first thing that I noticed about Twitter is that they count retweets as tweets. Poggers tits, babe. Thank you. Filtering retweets out of that number left just 4,332 tweets overall. Still, might seem like a lot, but don't worry, we're not done. Here's a quick graph of those tweets over time. They're nearly all contained within one day. I guess they got bored quick. Looking closer at those 4,332 tweets, there were only 1,882 accounts responsible for them. Here's a pie chart of those active transphobes versus all UK Twitter users. You can't even... It's like a tiny line. It's this insignificant little part of the pie chart. You can barely see it. Hang on, let me zoom in on that. 0.011% of anything is really, really small. But wait, there's more. Those 4,332 tweets weren't spread evenly. That would be too neat. No, there are a small number of extremely active accounts. 44 people tweeted at least 10 times using this hashtag, and I'm sure you can notice the massive outliers. These trends get bombarded with bot tweets. Taking a look at some of these accounts shows how blatant they are. Quote, now they may be forced into sex slavery by the Taliban in order to breed a new generation of warriors. Quote, if they want a higher education, do not want to marry, are determined to help other women, they are endangered, targeted, tortured, and executed. Their own families might honor kill them. Quote, what feminists in the West easily take for granted, Afghan feminists have to die for if they don't want to wear a burqa, marry their first cousin, be battered the rest of their lives. I'm not quite sure what that... Yeah, anyway. And I genuinely don't know what to make of this one. They contributed to the hashtag 420 times, yet a quick look implies they're a trans-friendly account, so they've got... what's it called? They might all be Graham Linehan for all we know. They're green, so in Shinigami eyes, if you're trans-friendly, they come up as green. My guess is this is a false flag bot that posted the hashtag and gets it trending without drawing ire from allies. Going back to the retweets for a second, Twitter gave me a huge amount of them, including the accounts responsible. Let's look at those. How many tweets about the same thing do you think a sane person can retweet before moving on? Well, 69 transphobic accounts retweeted more than 50 of these hashtag tweets. One account, Christy retweeted 580 times. This is insane. Rather than speculate about bots, let's actually check. I used an online bot detector API to look into the top 500 worst retweeters. Yes, 69, nice. These are the results. All you need to know about this graph is that the top right equals bot. 77% of the accounts are in that quadrant. So in summary, transphobic trends are floated by a small group of extremely loud, extremely obsessed people supported by extremely suspicious accounts and obvious bots, and they go large all at once. Hopefully this comforts you when you see those scary numbers trending. So yeah, now let's talk about the Guardian article. So that's kind of neat to see. That's kind of interesting to look at. But let's actually look at this Guardian article thing. Because we've got two things here. We got this tweet. So what happened recently? Yeah, bots. It's bots. The Guardian published an interview with Judith Butler. And this is the original article. Can we have a link to the thread? Let me find it. It's up in chat. Hang on. There you go. That's the one. So, over here, we have this section, right? And we're going to go over this in just a moment. But what happened was the Guardian publishes this article, an interview with Judith Butler, who wrote Gender Trouble, right? Which I need to read, actually. And she says we need to rethink the category of woman, right? Now, this is the archived article, so it includes this section. But the particular point that I want to bring up is this part of the article. So the Guardian published this whole interview and then removed this segment after the fact. They edited it. I'm not sure 100% when, like how many hours after the fact they did it or whatever. Is the music playing? Yeah, it is. It's just the end of the song. Okay. It is very appalling and sometimes quite frightening to see how trans-exclusionary feminists have allied with right-wing attacks on gender. The anti-gender ideology movement is not opposing a specific account of gender, but seeking to eradicate gender as a concept or discourse, a field of study, an approach to social power. Sometimes they claim that sex alone has scientific standing, but other times they appeal to divine mandates for masculine domination and difference. They don't seem to mind contradicting themselves. The TERFs, trans-exclusionary radical feminists, and the so-called gender-critical writers who have also rejected the important work in feminist philosophy of science, showing how culture and nature interact, such as Karen Barad, Donna Haraway, E.M. Hammonds, or Anne Fausto Sterling, in favor of a regressive and spurious form of biological essentialism. Why is he going up? What's he doing? Smudge, shut up! So they will not be part of the coalition that seeks to fight the anti-gender movement. I don't know what he wants. I don't know. He's just meowing. He can come in here. He can go eat. He just wants attention. The anti-gender ideology is one of the dominant strains of fascism in our times. So the TERFs will not be part of the contemporary struggle against fascism, one that requires a coalition guided by struggles against racism, nationalism, xenophobia, and carceral violence. He's fine. He was following me around when I was in the kitchen. He doesn't want to come into the room for some reason. Smudge, come here. One that is mindful of the high rates of femicide throughout the world, which includes high rates of attacks on trans and genderqueer people. Hang on. Are you happy now? No, you're not. You want my attention until you don't want my attention. I don't know what his deal is. Head pats for Smudge. Okay. Oh, alright. Oh, okay, bye. The anti-gender movement circulates a spectre of gender as a force of destruction, but they never actually read any works in gender studies. Quick and fearful conclusions take the place of considered judgments. Yes, some work on gender is difficult and not everyone can read it, so we have to do better in reaching a broader public. As important as it is, however, to make complex concepts available to a popular audience, it is equally important to encourage intellectual inquiry as part of public life. Unfortunately, we are living in anti-intellectual times and neo-fascism is becoming more normalized. So that was part of the interview that, let me see if we click on this article. So we got the two of them here. So where is it? Let's go down here. So she talks about a bunch of things. Oh, so yeah, here we go. Sometimes, yeah, this is the segment here. This segment here is the part that was removed from the article. So, you have often been the target of protesters. Let's find that. So if we go here, we look at the actual published article. There's that question there. You've been the target of protesters. And then the next question is, it seems that some within feminist movements are becoming sympathetic to these far-right campaigns. That whole question has just been cut out completely in the fully published article. For some reason. What do you think that reason might be, I wonder? Why do you think they would cut that out? Very interesting, very curious. Very, very odd. Being genderqueer in gender studies classes is the worst thing. So many TERFs. Really? Really? That's odd. I mean, I don't know. I've only had a little bit of experience in gender classes, so I would think TERFs wouldn't be present in those, because they seem to hate the entire theory itself and don't want to learn about it. Because if they would, if they were to go into those classes, they would go in with a specific ideology already in their head around gender theory, right? Focus group didn't like it. Why'd they publish it then? Why not cut that article out? Cut that part of the article out in advance, rather than publish it and then after the fact remove it. My thought process on this is, of course, like, maybe they published the article and somebody higher up saw it and is not necessarily... I mean, I can't speak to, like, the opinions of the person higher up, but maybe they're aware of the fact that some of their reader base are a bit gender critical themselves, and they saw that bit and they were just like, well, maybe we don't want to be comparing this social group with fascists. But the reality of the situation is, we have seen time and again now numerous instances where transphobic groups like TERFs and gender criticals and all that do legitimately align themselves with far-right groups. They do align themselves with neo-fascist groups. And that's not a coincidence. That's not some wild radical thing. Sorry, I have to do the bit. Yeah, it was published less than 24 hours ago, so this is news. This is new news. Hang on. We are talking about the article. We're talking about the Guardian article, yes. But hang on. There's more important things going on right now. Come on. Oh, but you'll get it eventually. That spooky red dot, you'll get it. I have faith in you. You can get it. Come on, get it. Well, you puffed already. What is your cardio? Come on, dude. I think he's done. Alright. Let's come back to the article. What's the meme where they're playing tug of war and TERFs realize they're on the side of fascists? I don't know, but that does sound familiar vaguely. We're talking about the article. Yeah, we're talking about the article. So we just went over the bit that was excised from the article that was published. And of course, TERFs have latched onto this. But yeah, like, the irony of removing that from the article. Who was it that said... Understanding is that the brass at the Guardian transphobes, but you don't have a source. I could believe that. Either they have transphobe friends, or they themselves transphobes. They probably hate me for referring to them as they. But anyway, the incredible irony of The Guardian cutting that segment out is that by doing so, they have moved that particular segment into the social discourse around gender ideology, around TERFs and all this kind of thing has now been blown up. It's that Streisand effect, right? Try to remove something from the internet. Don't worry, the internet never forgets. In fact, I might even save this image in particular and this archive link. Let me see. Where can I save this? TERF nonsense. There we go. I just made a folder on my computer called TERF nonsense. There we go. Played yourself, Guardian. Yeah, exactly. So, not a good move on their part to remove it, but fortunately people who were paying attention were paying attention. Reminds me of the time that we were discussing Meb. We were discussing Meb, who had the incident at Doctor's Pub with the TERFs going in there, and the entire article misgendered her throughout it. Referred to her as him. Like, it was an entire mess. And then we went back and we actually read the article later on, and I should have saved screenshots of it. I should have archived it when I saw it the first time. I read the article before we went on and went through it on stream, and yeah, I remember distinctly seeing he. And I think they even had a segment that was later cut out. Was this bit cut out of the article? But like, Meb's bio says something like AGP male or something like that. AGP porn addict male, which is an obvious jab at TERFs. It's an obvious sarcastic jab at TERFs. Do I have the URL? Not on me at the moment. Can't even remember what website it was that published it. We did it like nearly 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. It was a little while back now. At any rate, after people spoke up about the fact that it was loads of misgendering, you know, they did remedy it, they did edit it, thankfully, but, you know. Is it just me, or is this interview purposely obfuscating? I am snacking on sultanas. I shouldn't be, because I've eaten way too much today, but I don't care. Alright. Let me bring these articles up again. Oops. Hang on. Here, let's have a look at the fully published article. Let's have a gander at this, the interview. Yeah. Purposefully obfuscating. She gives a clear answer, then they try to dial it back a bit with how they phrase the next question in a way that directs away from the problem. Let's have a look. So, let's see. Come back down here. The fascists. So this is the fascists bit. Let's go from here. It seems some within feminist movements are becoming sympathetic. Oh, is this? No, this is the fear around the We Spa thing. God, I'm not covering that shit. You've always stressed that your gender theory is not only informed by scholarly debate, but also your years participating in lesbian and gay communities. Since the early 1990s, you've become a uniquely influential thinker within these circles. How much has changed since you came out? Oh, I never came out. I was outed by my parents at the age of 14, so I've identified variously as butch, queer, trans for over 50 years. There we go. Leave the sultanate alone. I was certainly affected by the gay and lesbian bars I frequented too often in the late 1970s and 80s. And I was concerned then as well with the challenges faced by bisexuals to gain acceptance. I met with intersex groups to understand their struggle with the medical establishment, and eventually came to think more carefully about the difference between drag, trans, and gender in general. I've always been involved in non-academic activist groups, and that is an ongoing part of my life. Is that the part you mean? Where it's like they start with this really, well, not start, but like partway through the interview they have this really heavy question, and then they sort of massively shift away from it? What kind of issues were being addressed by radical gay and lesbian politics before the word queer emerged? We should look through the entire thing, honestly. We need to rethink the category of woman. Author of the groundbreaking book Gender Trouble says we should not be surprised when the category of women expands to include trans women. So that's interesting, given that we are well aware of the fact that The Guardian itself tends to be pretty transphobic generally. There have been a number of articles published by The Guardian that have been a bit, you know, not good. Anyway. What were you aiming to achieve with Gender Trouble? It was meant to be a critique of heterosexual assumptions within feminism, but it turned out to be more about gender categories. For instance, what it meant to be a woman does not remain the same from decade to decade. The category of woman can and does change, and we need it to be that way. Politically, securing greater freedoms for women requires that we rethink the category of women to include those new possibilities. The historical meaning of gender can change as its norms are reenacted, refused, or recreated. So we should not be surprised or opposed when the category of women expands to include trans women. And since we are also in the business of imagining alternate futures of masculinity, we should be prepared and even joyous to see what trans men are doing with the category of men. So, hang on. Smudge's epic hunt made you think of a fun thing. Let me have a look. We'll come back to the article in just a sec. Why does some of these websites bring up this thing with the emails? What the fuck? Ha, you enjoy pretending you are a mighty hunter when it is just a simulation with blinking lights. Oh, that's good. You need to look into feminism versus drag soon. It's been scratching at the back of your head for a while now. In what way? I'm curious. I'm curious about that one. Alright, let's keep going with this. Let's talk about Gender Trouble's central idea of performativity. This remains a controversial view of how gender works, so what did you have in mind? At the time I was interested in a set of debates in the Academy about speech acts. Performative speech acts are the kind that make something happen or seek to create a new reality. When a judge declares a sentence, for instance, they produce a new reality and they usually have the authority to make that happen. But do we say that the judge is all-powerful, or is the judge citing a set of conventions following a set of procedures? If it is the latter, then the judge is invoking a power that does not belong to them as a person, but as a designated authority. Their act becomes a citation, they repeat an established protocol. How does that relate to gender? I suggested more than 30 years ago that people are, consciously or not, citing conventions of gender when they claim to be expressing their own interior reality, or even when they say they are creating themselves anew. It seemed to me that none of us totally escape cultural norms. I do briefly address this kind of thing in my upcoming video. I probably could have fleshed it out a bit more, though. I know bits and pieces of Gender Trouble. I haven't read much of it. At the same time, none of us are totally determined by cultural norms. Gender then becomes a negotiation, a struggle, a way of dealing with historical constraints and making new realities. When we are girled, we are entered into a realm of girldom that has been built up over time, a series of conventions, sometimes conflicting, that establish girlness within society. We don't just choose it, and it is not just imposed on us. But that social reality can and does change. So here where are we? Read feminist takes on how drag is just a mockery of womanhood. There's essentially no feminist argument against drag that isn't transphobic because drag was created largely by trans women and trans feminine non-binary people, as well as gender non-conforming gay men, and continues to attract those same demographics. To me, it seemed the interviewer wants to go into a more theoretical debate, while Judith keeps it very practical. Oh, that's good. Drag is a gateway to trans self-discovery for many women and non-binary people. Which is true, but me personally, you know, I never considered drag, honestly. In my own self-discovery, I was never at all interested in it. And I will concede that I do find it kind of personally offensive when someone says I should check out this drag thing because I'm a trans woman. I honestly do find that a bit insensitive. That a lot of people assume because I'm trans and a lesbian that I'm innately into drag. It's like, you know, anyway, like there was a tweet by Jasmine today about this very thing. Well, I opened Twitter and one of her threads is right there at the top. Hang on, let me go down and find it. You might have already seen it, but you know, fuck, where is it? She posted whole ass threads. Oh, I can't find it anymore. Okay, whatever. Basically, she says, a little hypothetical conversations like, cis friend, I found a new makeup tip you might like. Me, oh cool. Yeah, it's also used by drag queens. Oh. Like that kind of thing, I'm kind of like, can we not? Same time people say drag expresses a stereotypical femininity. Yeah, it is complex. Anyway, moving on. Today's queers often talk about gender being assigned at birth, but your meaning here seems pretty different. Gender is an assignment that does not just happen once. It is ongoing. We are assigned a sex at birth, and then a slew of expectations follow which continue to assign gender to us. The powers that do that are part of an apparatus of gender that assigns and reassigns norms to bodies, organizes them socially, but also animates them in directions contrary to those norms. Perhaps we should think of gender as something that is imposed at birth through sex assignment and all the cultural assumptions that usually go along with that. Yet gender is also what is made along the way. We can take over the power of assignment, make it into self-assignment, which can include sex reassignment at a legal and medical level. Yeah, can society just not give me gender? I don't want a gender anymore. It's too complicated. Arguments around identity have become central to much about politics these days. As someone who is skeptical of stable identity categories, what do you make of that? I think it matters a great deal how we understand that centrality. My own political view is that identity ought not to be the foundation for politics. Alliance, coalition, and solidarity are the key terms for expanding left. And we need to know what we are fighting against and for and keep that focus. It is imperative that we work across differences and that we build complex accounts of social power, accounts that help us build links among the poor, the precarious, the dispossessed, LGBTQIA+ peoples, workers, and those subject to racism and colonial subjugation. These are not always separate groups or identities, but overlapping and interconnected forms of subjugation that oppose racism, misogyny, homophobia, transphobia, but also capitalism and its destructions, including the destruction of the earth and indigenous ways of life. You're into men, can't date women anymore, you tried for decades, literally just want a boyfriend, the end. Well, fingers crossed then. In the end, sorry for both of us. Believe that 25% of trans women are gay, 25% are straight, 50% are bi, pan, queer, fluid, and 1% are ace according to a new scientific survey. Huh. As a new genderqueer in the shell of a black AMAB, the social privilege you have is alarming. Alarming? There are a lot of misconceptions about the sexuality of trans people. Most people assume that most trans women are into men, meaning so gay they want to be women. Actually, most trans women are either bi or into women. I've noticed that too. But I mean, that's just an observation, Theorists such as Assad Haider have adopted your theory to address racial divides in the US. Haider emphasizes your view of identity formation as restless and always uprooted. But don't the right wing usually score victories by pushing a more fixed version of identity? Women, am I right? Hate being into men because they seem absolutely dissatisfactory fundamentally as a human being most of the time. I mean, I can understand that. As someone who performed man for 31 years, I completely understand that. The right is seeking desperately to reclaim forms of identity that have been rightly challenged. At the same time, they tend to reduce movements for racial justice as identity politics, or to caricature movements for sexual freedom or against sexual violence as concerned only with identity. In fact, these movements are primarily concerned with redefining what justice, equality, and freedom can and should mean. In this way, they are essential to any radical democratic movement, so we should reject those caricatures. So what does this mean for the left? If we base our viewpoints only on particular identities, I'm not sure we can grasp the complexity of our social and economic worlds or build the kind of analysis or alliance needed to realize ideals of radical justice, equality, and freedom. At the same time, marking identity is a way of making clear how coalitions must change to be more responsive to interlinked oppressions. Today we often hear about the importance of listening to those with lived experience of oppression. Political philosopher, I can't say that, I'm going to fuck that up, has warned that noble intentions to decenter privileged perspectives can easily backfire. Yes, it is important to acknowledge that while a white person cannot claim to represent black experience, that is no reason for white people to be paralyzed on matters on race, refusing to intervene at all. No one needs to represent all black experience in order to track, expose, and oppose systemic racism, and to call upon others to do the same. If white people become exclusively preoccupied with our own privilege, we risk becoming self-absorbed. We definitely don't need more white people making everything about themselves. That just re-centralizes whiteness and refuses to do the work of anti-racism. You feel like you can only date trans people now because cis people are so mal-informed about gender. I mean, I can understand that, honestly. I get it. Fuck Buck in the bad way. What I believe that correlation is that people with autism are more likely to say, fuck you, society, you don't let me fit anyway, so I'm not going to let you prevent me from being who I am. I mean, fair. How has your own gender identity informed your political theory? My sense is that my gender identity, whatever that is, was delivered to me first by my family as well as a variety of school and medical authorities. I'm going to say old school. Which is probably fair, but anyway. It was with some difficulty that I found a way of occupying a language used to define and defeat me. I still rather think that pronouns come to me from others, which I find interesting since I receive an array of them. So I'm always somewhat impressed and surprised and impressed when people decide their own pronouns or even what they ask me what pronouns I prefer. I don't have an easy answer, though I am enjoying the world of they. When I wrote Gender Trouble, there was no category for non-binary, but now I don't see how I cannot be in that category. Somehow he has achieved peak toxic masculinity. True, though. You have been the target of protesters across the world. In 2014, marriage protesters in France marched on the streets denouncing theory du genre, gender theory. In 2017, you were burnt in effigy by evangelical Christian protesters in Brazil chanting, "Take your ideology to hell." Holy fuck. Should have known you were genderqueer. You always ditto. Favorite line of TERFs is, I don't have pronouns. The anti-gender ideology movement, a global movement, insists that sex is biological and real, or that sex is divinely ordained and that gender is a destructive fiction, taking down both man and civilization and God. Anti-gender politics have been bolstered by the Vatican and the more conservative evangelical and apostolic churches on several continents, but also by neoliberals in France and elsewhere who feed on the normative family to absorb the decimation of social welfare. This movement is at once anti-feminist, homophobic, and transphobic, opposing both reproductive freedom and trans rights. It seeks to censor gender studies programs, to take gender out of public education. Excuse me. A topic so important for young people to discuss. 100% agreed there. We do need more gender discussion in schools. And to reverse major legal and legislative successes for sexual freedom, gender equality, and laws against sexual discrimination and gender discrimination and sexual violence. When did we schedule to attack and dethrone God again? Yeah. Sunday week, yeah. We'll do it. We'll fucking do it. I promise you that. We will dethrone God with our swords and our guns. We're gonna fuck shit up. Where were we? So here we go. The Wii Spa thing. We already read that segment. Which again, this is the part that got cut out of the article. But now we're here. We're reading the whole article. So this whole question and the answer got removed, which is specifically referring to TERFs, fascism, and how the TERF movements align themselves with the far right. Just so if you needed a reminder. Very curious that they removed that bit. You've always stressed that your gender theory is not only informed by scholarly debate, but also your own years participating in lesbian and gay communities. We already read that bit. What kind of issues were being addressed by radical gay and lesbian politics before the word queer emerged? The demonstrations in my youth were certainly about the right to come out, the struggle against discrimination and pathologization and violence, both domestic and public. We fought against psychiatric pathologization and its carceral consequences. But we fought for a collective right to live one's body in public without fear of violence, the right to grieve openly over lives and loves that were lost. And this struggle took a very dramatic shape once HIV arrived and ACT UP emerged. Excuse me. Hello, Wasser. Enjoy that look. Queer was, for me, never an identity, but a way of affiliating with the fight against homophobia. It began as a movement opposed to the policing of identity, opposing the police, in fact. These protests focused on rights to healthcare, education, public freedoms, and opposing discrimination and violence. We wanted to live in a world where one could breathe and move and love more easily, but we also imagined and created new forms of kinship, community, and solidarity, however fractious they tended to be. Hang on. I'm itchy in an awkward spot. Anyway, I went to dyke demonstrations, but also worked on international human rights, understanding what those limits were. and I came to understand that broader coalitions equally opposed to racism, economic injustice, and colonialism were essential for any queer politics. We see how this works now in queer Marxism groups, Queers for Economic and Racial Justice, Queers Against Apartheid, Al-Cause, the Palestinian group against both occupation and homophobia. How does political life today compare? Today I appreciate especially queer and feminist movements that are dedicated to healthcare and education as public goods, that are anti-capitalist, committed to the struggle for racial justice, disability rights, Palestinian political freedoms, and which oppose the destruction of the earth and indigenous life worlds, as evident in the work of Jasbir Puar, Sarah Ahmed, Sylvia Federici, Angela Davis, the work of Niuna Menos, and abolition feminism. There is now a broader There's now a broader vision, even though this is a time of great despair, as we see global economic inequalities intensify under the pandemic. Many gender theorists have written on your work's direct impact on them, from Julia Serrano's sheepish recounting of your attending a poetry reading that included the line, "Fuck Judith Butler," to Geordie Rosenberg's immersive reflection of gender trouble on Mother's Day. What's becoming an intellectual celebrity felt like for you personally? I have found a way to live to the side of my name. That has proven to be very helpful. I know that many queer and trans folk feel strongly about their names, and I respect that, but my survival probably depends on my ability to live at a distance from my name. There we go. There's the interview. Jules Joanne Gleason is a queer historian, also the co-author of Transgender Marxism, which... So, the article was written by another author. The interview was conducted by another author. And then, I might actually have to look at this. Pluto Books, Transgender Marxism. A watershed. Is that... There's a provocative and groundbreaking union of transgender studies and Marxist theory. Exploring trans lives and movements, the authors delve into the experience of surviving as transgender under capitalism. This sounds interesting. Does anyone know does anyone know if that's good? I mean, the title gets me. Not gonna lie. I think I'm gonna look into getting a copy of Gender Trouble and that, maybe. This is way off topic. Title gets you too. It's pretty good. I'm gonna actually... I've already got a list of books that I need to get. But I'm gonna get even more. I wanna start reading properly, so. I'm not much of a theorist. I don't do a lot of the theorying. Hi, Trans Undertaker. I don't have the big hat. I've got a big hat. Anyway. Found this site. Fucking hell, dude. Sorry. This is really awkward. Oh yeah, I've seen this site. Vitali. Yeah. I'm aware of them. They tend to do some pretty cool shit. Reminds you need to read your mother's book that she wrote. Oh yeah. Notcis.lol. Support lines for trans people. That's cool. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, was the article altered after publication? I can no longer find that quote in it. Understandable that The Guardian cut out this section from the interview because like 90% of their op-ed writers probably felt called out. Wish I had the copied version of the article. There is an article. I mean, obviously we looked at the archived version. The anti-gender movement circulates the spectre of gender as a force of destruction, but they never actually read any of the works. Yeah. Always a delight. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Like we read the article. We read the full interview. The whole interview. What are our thoughts on that? What are our final thoughts on that whole thing? Oh no, why is Vosh trending in entertainment? What has Vosh done now? Opposing ethnic cleansing. What? Okay. Succubus Abbey. I'll bring the horns out tomorrow. Hey, I might as well. Yeah, Vosh was trending. I suppose opposing ethnic cleansing isn't the worst thing I've been cancelled for. Mel's a genocide denier. So what's this? So a lot of the same things he did with you as he did with me. Let's make a support group given what we went through. What does that mean? We'd all agree that, say, the Jews in camps in 1945 and the Uyghur Muslims now have grounds for violence against their oppressors. Is it too far to understand that colonized peoples of the world could justify that too if it was ongoing? Horns, please. I mean, I can. Hang on. Give me a sec. My cat's on the floor. Then I have to take my cute beanie off, though. I hope you're happy. Okay. Mel B is Vorsh useful hit top. I have no idea what that means. Anyway, we're horny now. It's horny Abby times. I've been hiding them under the beanie. I suppose I can't hide them anymore. I'm actually legitimately a demon. So, deal with that. You know. I mean, I can literally just do this. Anyways, we're doing this flex now. This is our flex now. Hang on. It would have been cooler if it changed the light on the bed, but it didn't. Us, there you go. The only thing that I hate is, like, now you can see my unmade up forehead. I haven't got any contouring or highlighting up there. So thanks for that. Vorsh had a debate with Professor Flowers, and he accused her of using... Hang on, let me come back. Let me just summon the Twitch demon you did. Let me go back through this thread because I want to see what this is about. Okay, so... Had a debate with Professor Flowers, and he accused her of using white nationalist arguments to support black nationalism. Also, before this debate, kept construing all black nationalists as black separatists and refused to acknowledge that for the longest time. Oh, I see. That is bad, yes. Twitch demoness. Hello. Why are you reaching out to me as if you want my attention, but then when I go to pat you, you try to scratch me? What is your problem? Holy shit. Thank you for the water. Are we pro Vorsh? It's more nuanced than that. Like, I think he has, I think he's got good takes on certain things. He's definitely informed on certain things. But he's not infallible, which some people seem to think he is. Some people have got like this almost Joe Rogan-esque hero worship of Vorsh for some reason. And they'll agree with everything no matter what he says. Because we can't deny the fact that he is very charismatic. Like, he knows how to talk, and he strikes me as a very informed person on the things he talks about, generally speaking. But any informed person can have bad takes. You know, is he hungry? He's got food. He shouldn't be hungry. Overall, a positive influence, but he has a lot of bad takes, which is everybody. I've got bad takes. Like, yeah, I'm not. I mean, I'm literally a demon. I can't have too many good takes. There we go. You can think of my worst take? Hit me with it. Honestly, hit me with my worst take. I'm mostly good takes. I'm not. But, you know. Come on, criticize me, you bitches. I think possibly my one best take. Okay. My worst take is that Dark Souls 2 is bad. It's bad. Cat bites you when he's hungry or needs watery food. He's got both of those things. It's a bad game. I do want to watch H-Bomber Guy's video on it though. I haven't gotten around to it, but I will. Okay, here's a spicy take. Here's my worst take. Since we're on the subject, here's my worst take. Dark Souls are not hard. You're just a bitch. I know, the difficulty discourse, ableism, all that. Dark Souls is, unironically, one of the easiest games I've ever played. The reason being, the mechanics are piss easy. The mechanics of Dark Souls are stupid simple. Sekiro's a different story. Sekiro is a hard fucking game. Good night, Fox. Have a good one. Dark Souls is remarkably easy, but it's all about timing. Dark Souls is always about timing. Seriously, I have played so many other games that are very typical in their difficulty levels. They've got easy, normal, hard, etc. But the problem with those other games is they throw so many mechanics at you throughout the experience that I forget half the shit. Dark Souls is simple. It teaches you all of its core mechanics in the tutorial level, and that's it, you're done. You never need to learn anything new, aside from understanding boss patterns, enemy patterns. Okay? It's all about figuring out what the enemy's doing and reacting to it. Worst take was that my one is not born, but rather becomes a woman with a 13-inch hog and massive mummy milkers should have been deleted. What do I think of The Surge 2? I haven't played it. Well, I mean, yeah, you are supposed to die a lot of times in Dark Souls. But yeah, I mean, it's not really a political take unless you consider the ableism factor, but again, I'm one of those people that's like, I've seen somebody whose hands don't work play Dark Souls, so I don't know if that's really an argument. Easy to learn, hard to master with a high skill ceiling. Yes, exactly. See, like, I'm playing Devil May Cry 5 at the moment, and I really enjoy it, but there is so much complexity in that game. And that's the case with so many other games that are much more accessible than Devil May Cry, for example. There are so many games out there that are really supposed to be easy, but again, they just throw too much information at you. You can do this and 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 this. Dark Souls has a whole way. Here's the mechanics, you're done. And it's just, that's it. People who are complaining that Dark Souls is too difficult are only doing so because of the narrative that Dark Souls is difficult. But it's not. There we go. Okay, unironically, Dark Souls 2 is not a bad game. But it's definitely like... Oh, for God's sake. Give me a second. Wait, did I delete that tweet? I don't think I deleted that tweet. Anyway, Dark Souls 2, unfortunately, though, is... Yeah, it's the black sheep of the franchise. I was going to say, of the From Software games that I have played since Dark Souls. So Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro. Dark Souls 2 sits at the bottom of the list. You know, and I've played a tiny bit of Demon Souls. I can't really, you know, give it an unequivocal ranking. The only Souls-like game that I've played outside of the actual Souls games is Lords of the Fallen, and that's trash. Lords of the Fallen is unironic trash. It's a garbage game. Code Vein I've not played. I've watched a bit of it. It's aesthetically nice, but yeah, I've never played it. It's a bad take from the ableist standpoint. How so, though? Is what I'm curious. I mean, aside from, like, timing being the main thing, I don't think it's difficult. I think mechanically it's very easy. I'm done with my sultanas. We're finished. But yeah, that's probably my spiciest take. I mean, you could argue the abortion thing, where I'm just like, I don't care what got you pregnant, you should be allowed to have an abortion. I don't care what your intent is with your life. I don't care if you just had casual sex and got pregnant. There should be no circumstance where someone else is saying to you, oh, you have to have this baby. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. There are a lot of simple games that are hard AF. It's just not the same. What's an opinion you could critique me on? What's a topic, sorry, you could throw at me that I could give you my take on? You can also get help for boss fights you've actually had taken. Yeah, I literally, the first time I fought Nameless King, I summoned a phantom and the guy 3-shot the boss with an overpowered glass cannon build. Like... Yeah, Hollow Knight is really hard too. In the same vein, honestly. But the problem with those games is the concept of them is memorization. I'm saying unless someone can beat Dark Souls, do they have to get an abortion yet? yes, that's it. Yeah, it's what was I gonna say? Builds that make DS. I'm assuming you mean easy, but you don't know them when you're first playing. Yeah, and like the starter classes can make the game easier. You can start as a sorcerer, and it makes the game really easy. But yeah, what else is there? Did with the Dark Souls series is you leveled up to a point where you would kill the first few bosses with a couple of hits. Yeah, like the main thing about Dark Souls is it's actually not a very long game. Most people's first playthrough can be anywhere from 20 to 40 hours because of the fact that the core concepts of Dark Souls are you should die time and time again because the point is you should be memorizing the boss's movesets. And it takes time for you to get hit enough times with a certain move to realize, oh hey, there's a bit of a dodge window here, or I can block this attack or whatever. Like, Dark Souls can be finished in a few hours. Like 4 or 5 hours if you're quick. I've done it in 2, but that's not common, you know. And of course, a lot of it is stumbling around in the dark, figuring out where to go. In some cases, quite literally stumbling around in the dark. Fuck Tomb of the Giants, but you know. Part of why you consider them incredibly boring games, I can understand that too. I can understand that. I mean, I personally enjoy that aspect about them, but that's also the reason, amusingly, that I don't like most roguelikes. I don't know. There's something about Dark Souls that captures me, though. I don't know what it is. What is the hardest game? I would have to have played more games to be able to give a judgment on that one. Find the map designs or enemy placement sometimes more frustrating than some of the bosses. I mean, that's understandable, too. Particularly that bridge in Undeadburg. Like, the first time you're going through Undeadburg and there's those guys throwing firebombs, and you don't know how to deal with it because they're throwing firebombs right in your path. How are you supposed to get through this? And there is a way to get through it. You just rush through before they start throwing bombs. But when you're first going through it, you're just like, this is impossible. He's doing the flicky. Yeah, he's gone now. He's buggered off. Hello, Turquoise. How you going? Hardest game I've played. Probably still Sekiro, I think. I don't know. I've never really considered games based on how hard they are, I suppose. I don't know. I'm actually not sure. That's a weird question. I mean, it's not a weird question. It's a completely valid question. I just can't think. Anyway, we did the Judith Butler thing. How do we got onto this because you folks were curious about my hottest take. And now we're oh, Jump King's actually up there. Yeah, Jump King's up there, and that's probably like a good rebuttal to my point about how Dark Souls is easy, is the fact that Jump King exists. Jump King has like 3 buttons. You know, you don't really get to do much in Jump King. You just jump and move around a bit. Simplest mechanics in the world. Getting over it with Bennett Foddy. Incredibly hard and frustrating games. SMT games? I've never played any of those. Nice to see my face again. Thank you. I think that's Shin Megami Tensei, isn't it? Excuse me. And sorry, I bumped the mic again. Loved and hated Getting Over It. I never ended up finishing it myself. I should have. How about we look at this? How about we look at Digital Rights Watch? Or are we still going to get stuck on hard video games? What do we think? Feel free to cancel me over video games if you want. I don't mind. Remember Nocturne on hard. Try playing Bennett Foddy, but got over it pretty quick. Hardest game to beat is alcoholism. Cheers to that. Okay, so Let's have a look at something terrifying. Australia's new mass surveillance mandate. The Australian government has new laws on the books to hack your computer, your online accounts, and just about any piece of technology and networks you come into contact with. It can happen without a warrant and without you ever knowing. That's just the start of it. Outraged? Good. Earlier in August, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, PJCIS, released a report on the Surveillance Legislation Amendment, Identify and Disrupt Bill, recommending it be passed with significant changes. Most notably, they recommended narrowing the scope of the new powers introduced by the bill by limiting the criteria for issuing new warrants, requiring approval from a superior court judge, and calling for stronger oversight and review mechanisms. The bill was passed just over a week later by both houses. Needless to say, most of the recommendations on the PJCIS report have gone ignored, similarly to the concerns raised by us, Human Rights Law Centre, and several others. So let's dive right in and take a closer look at the powers the legislation will grant to law enforcement. The three big powers given to the Australian Federal Police, AFP, or the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, ACIC, are data disruption warrants, account takeover warrants, network activity warrants. Yeah, we're fear-mongering over China's social credit score, right? Excuse me. A data disruption warrant enables the agencies to add, copy, delete, or alter data on devices. And while it's called a warrant, there is an emergency authorization process for cases when it is not practicable to get a warrant. So a data disruption warrant can be issued under something referred to as an emergency authorization, a new power which the PJCIS insisted in their report should be reserved for a superior court judge. This was ignored, and so emergency authorizations remain, which means that Australia now has a warrantless surveillance regime on the books. Wouldn't call it fear-mongering. China is a police state. I mean, given what I've heard, yeah. Of course, this is where the gun nuts in America are like, you shouldn't have given up guns. Meanwhile, our government does the same pretty much. A couple of additional notes on data disruption warrants is that they can be issued on devices even if the individual's identity is not known, if the device is likely connected to a suspected offense, or if the information could assist in an investigation, in quotes. It should also be noted that in the final text, an emergency authorization can also be used to simply get access to data held in a computer. To do this, the final text allows them to use the computer, a telecommunications facility, any other electronic equipment, or a data storage device. Yeah, we are all living in a police state. It's great. I feel like I can hear something out there. Anyway. An account takeover warrant enables the law enforcement agencies to take control of an account and even lock the account holder out of it. This can be done covertly and without consent, so the individual wouldn't necessarily know what is going on until or if they are ever charged. It includes removing two-factor authentication and using one account to gain access to others directly, or contradicting cybersecurity practices for staying safe and secure online. The warrant is applicable for a maximum of 90 days, though extensions are possible. So that is the length of time a law enforcement officer can impersonate you or use your accounts to monitor your activity and gain information. Fucking hell. The emergency authorization overseen by a magistrate is also available under this power. So if you criticize the Australian or American government, you won't mysteriously disappear forever. Oh, I know, right? Looking forward to just disappearing one day. I made a joke about it already, so... Anywho. Network activity warrants allow access to the networks where there is suspicion of serious online offenses, although what qualifies as serious has a variety of definitions in the legislation. The desire to overcome security features like encryption on this scale should have us all extremely concerned. In their submission to the PJCIS, the Human Rights Law Centre raised alarm at the definitions used under this power, which are so dangerously overbroad they would enable widespread surveillance across social media and messaging platforms. Yes, that means if someone is suspected of using WhatsApp, for instance, for criminal purposes, the power would allow the AFP and ACIC access to all of WhatsApp. Excuse me. They are subject to the same secrecy and time limitation, 90 days with a possible extension, as account takeover warrants. Unlike the other powers, evidence gathered this way cannot be used in court, but it can inform further warrants and inform officials where to look. This warrant allows for mass network surveillance. And we can also note that while there are some restrictions on the extraterritorial application of these warrants, mostly that a consenting official from another country is required in order to proceed with such an investigation, the judge is allowed to authorize network activity warrants for other jurisdictions if the location of the data is unknown or cannot be reasonably determined. Suspicion. There isn't a secret police taking out any and all political dissenters. Like Dark Souls clues, I should. Gitmo do be a thing, so some brown people can totally be... Yeah, true. True. Any truers? It's a spectrum. How far are we into this? Oh my god. Do we want to go through this whole thing? I just wanted to make you aware that it exists. Where were we? I think this is the part. The PJCIS report. Forwarded a message from a friend. Okay, thank you. Report also insisted on increased powers of reporting for the international independent... I didn't read because I was reading chat. Sorry. Me and my friend, lol, fuck the government. Government, the fuck you say to me, you little shit. Let's do that again. Reporting for the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor, INSLM. In fact, setting the egregious scope of how these new warrants aside for a moment, there are fundamental shifts that happen in these laws about how surveillance power is distributed and overseen in Australia. The distinction between a Superior Court and Administrative Appeals Tribunal, AAT, is huge, and most of TOLA is now subject to the oversight of the AAT. Excuse me. See below section on context for more information. All these bodies are equipped and resourced in completely different ways. The rules of evidence are different just as the decision makers are different. Only recently there was a scandal that Christian Porter was appointing underqualified people to the AAT. The INSLM can in fact provide independence in their review, but it is not immune from politics, and reports from the office can be completely ignored at the discretion of the government. In the final text of Identify and Disrupt, the AAT is given a massive task when evaluating the merits of any application. Among countless other things, it is up to them to determine whether there may be any privacy implications to the extent known. The execution of the warrant is likely to cause a person to suffer a temporary loss of money, digital currency, or property other than data. The public interest outweighs the importance of protecting a journalist and/or their sources. Interesting. There are alternative ways to access the data or otherwise proceed with the investigation. Went to check the Vorsh stuff. It's bad all over from everyone involved. Why am I not shocked? Why am I not shocked? It is up to them to determine whether the execution of the warrant is likely to cause a person to suffer. So, I mean, I guess that's a consideration they make. It's not about taking money, it's a consideration they make. Mass network surveillance is such a stupid approach. The problem our security forces in Norway at least face mainly seems that they don't have the resources or inclination to act on the information they have. Giving them more access is not a way to solve that problem. I mean, yeah. Stop reading us, we're dumb. On the last point, it is not the responsibility of the officers to present the tribunal members, just as it is not up to them to run a full privacy impact assessment or consult software developers or engineers before compromising a piece of equipment. Ultimately, the tribunal members of the AAT who are overseeing these overbroad hacking powers are expected to have a level of technical expertise which many actual subject experts, let alone judges, would struggle to be certain of. What's this? You will never know if you were subject to these powers and there is no one there to argue on your behalf. One of the recommendations by the PJCIS was to introduce a public interest advocate in the decisions regarding these warrants, which was also ignored across the board. A public interest candidate is someone who would argue on behalf of the affected individual in the room, where right now only a police officer and a judge get to play judge and jury. The PJCIS foresaw this only in certain instances, but we have suggested a similar mechanism for other surveillance operations. As it stands, the Australian government remains uninterested in allowing individuals to defend their rights. What a shock! Who'd have thunk it? There is no one to argue on your behalf, and there is never any notification to the individual, even after the fact, so you will never know if you were subject to any of these powers. Holy shit, I'm terrified. Holy shit, like, this is fucking terrifying. What the shit, dude? There's even more. Oh, God. What are we... Fuck. There's tons of this. If you want to read the rest. There's this. No, I don't want to inspect the element. Oh, God. Do we keep going? This is scary. This is scary. Do we keep going? Hello, Mix Barwick. What are you doing there, bot? They already do, not in the governments, but corporations. I mean, yeah, that's the reality of it, really. Not that we should just accept it. Like, we obviously shouldn't just accept it. No, let's not. I'm kind of tired of it, but we definitely shouldn't accept that these things are ongoing. This is, like, Could you turn on two-step verification and check the login IPs? Would that actually have an impact? Why do I have emails? Oh, that's why I've got emails. Yeah, I know why I've got emails. Okay, never mind. That's scary. It's fucking scary. I don't want to read this article. Women say they met porn actor Ron Jeremy for fun. Rape came next. I'm not going to read that one. Time to segue into our sponsorship, NordVPN. Let's see. Let's look at something else. A different article, shall we? Something that's not, it's not better. This isn't better, you know. Wonder how the social activist to actual criminal ratio is on these. You have a guess? What's your guess? Hit me with your guess, Mia. While I take a look at disability support pension, applicants are being forced into poverty. A Senate committee is looking into the effectiveness of the DSP. Has heard a raft of long-standing concerns and frustrations about around the payment. A complex and humiliating application process is making it overly difficult for people to access the DSP, forcing them into poverty and mutual obligations that inflict physical harm. DSP is disability support pension. For anyone who missed that. Federal politicians have heard. A Senate committee looking into the purpose, intent, and adequacy of the DSP on Monday heard a range of long-standing concerns from people with disability and advocacy groups that the system is failing those who need it the most. Speaker said people who should be eligible for DSP are often shunted onto much lower payments with job-seeking requirements. Applicants have to jump through hoops to get support. The process does not understand certain conditions, and eligibility requirements are too bureaucratic and focused on the medical model of disability. Similar concerns have been raised about the NDIS, the National Disability Insurance Scheme. Yeah, this isn't news. Like this seems normal, which is depressing. But you know, this seems normal. The committee also heard calls for the scrapping of programs of support, such as work preparation plans, and for a review of the impairment tables used by the government to assess the severity of someone's disability or illness. Kath Sutherland, who broke her neck in a fall in 2016, told the hearing she was placed onto the New Start payment, now called Job Seeker, while living with a neck brace and learning to speak and eat again. A neurosurgeon advised me that they don't normally see my injury in someone who's still breathing or not already a quadriplegic, she said. The $660 a fortnight New Start payment, below the poverty line, was lower than her $800 per fortnight rent. Fuck me dead. This is one of the major problems. She survived the grueling and lengthy process of applying for the DSP by emptying her superannuation. The fuck? Ms. Sutherland said her job network provider regularly made mutual obligation appointments she could not attend. I was yelled at and threatened to have my payment cancelled. I was complying. I was extremely depressed and under pressure in every area of my life from an injury and illness that permeates every part of my life, she said. By 2017, after another surgery and a rejected application, she said she wished she had died in the initial accident. Like, fucking hell, dude. Anyway, Ms. Sutherland was granted DSP access in 2018, and she says life now remains stressful. Well, yeah. I wonder if anyone who thinks that the current rate of support payments is enough has ever gotten their furniture from the side of the road. Living in poverty is a constant struggle. I am grateful to be alive, but surviving instead of thriving is not a dignified life. That's a quote. Falls woefully short. The DSP provides up to $868.30 per fortnight per individual with a permanent physical, intellectual, or psychiatric impairment that prevents them working more than 15 hours per week. The recipient's condition must also be fully diagnosed, treated, and stabilized. The rate of the DSP was not lifted at the onset of the COVID pandemic last year, unlike other government payments. Have a palate cleanser? We can have a look at that in a sec. As of 2018, over 750,000 Australians received the DSP. People with Disability Australia CD Policy Manager Giancarlo De Vera said that the DSP and the application process in its current form falls woefully short by any measure. It leaves people with disability enduring degrees of poverty, exposes us to dangerous jobs and mutual obligations, and inflicts further discrimination, he told the hearing. It humiliates us, treats us as one-dimensional, and forces us to constantly perform disability in ways that satisfy prejudice and narrow-minded ideas of what disability is. Anglicare Australia Executive Director Casey Chambers said the DSP, not the singer by the way, and Australia's other income support payments do not reflect or complement the range of circumstances of people who have an illness or disability. She called for a new payment to be set up to bridge the gap between JobSeeker and the DSP. This payment would ensure that people on JobSeeker who cannot work on the short to medium term basis because of their illness or disability are not forced to participate in punitive compliance regimes and can actually focus on getting well again, if that's a possibility, she told the hearing. Will also suit the needs of people who are gathering supportive evidence to make a claim for the DSP or while waiting to have one assessed by not forcing them to live so far below the poverty line, which we know JobSeeker does. In a written submission to the Senate committee, the Department of Social Services said the DSP eligibility criteria seek to encourage and support people to re-enter and remain in the workforce where they are able, complemented by a range of employment services and programs. I remember going to a program for people who are disabled, which was the entire intent of this program was to get these people into work. And the majority of them were not in a state to be able to perform in any standard job. You know, in the vast majority of the jobs that the people working at this particular program were trying to get these people into, they wouldn't be able to function in those jobs. Or at least by and large. You know, their disabilities were that severe. It's like, I don't know. We need stuff like these programs to be expanded and made better for people. But they're just not. This option or that option. Here we go. They're doing the DWP, even doing work. They will then cut the social care. Yeah, exactly. Been working on cocktails for work, but you got to go to bed. Radio, Lydia, have a good one. Excuse me. And I'll look at your link in a minute, Majors. We saw many of these practices actually affect political opposition more harshly than curb crime. Yeah. What do we got? This option or that option? Okay. The DSP is one part of a broader system designed to support people with disability, which includes a range of supplementary payments and supports such as the NDIS, services and concessions, housing, childcare, health subsidies and assistance, disability employment services, and associated programs. Disability DSP expenditure over 2020 to 2021 was forecast at 18.48 billion, or around 12% of the Social Security spending, according to the DSS submission. There we go. There's that. God, that part earlier about I wish I'd died in the incident instead of in the initial accident. Fucking hell, dude. That's the problem. You know. I'm gonna go with this option. Anyway, let's have a look at what you folks have sent me. I closed the tab. No, I didn't. I've got it. It's alright. I've got the tab. It's okay. And we'll take a look at this palette cleanser in a moment too. Oh, I wouldn't be able to listen to any music. Or is it something else? Is it music? Ah, reflect on humanity's next frontier. Oh, okay. I thought it was a song. Sorry. Don't get PIP. Lots of people will end up without disability care. What's PIP? It's not DMCA music, okay. Have to take care of some stuff. Radio, Nico. Have a good one. Let's have a look at this one. Police criticized after mosque shooting. Go away. I don't want to share it. An external investigation of police response to last year's shooting at a mosque in suburban Bayram has resulted in sharp criticism. The poll went to a 50-50 split. It took police far too long to reach the mosque, and they had cooperated poorly after receiving earlier tips about the assailant, a young Norwegian man known for racist attitudes. So what's this about? Kind of thing you meant with the Norwegian security force not acting on the information what they have. Oh, okay. Personal independence payment. Oh, okay. Is that a thing here in Australia, or? Both local police and state police intelligence unit PST were blasted by the commission appointed to examine how they'd handled the case. Oh, UK, okay. PST had been tipped about the Norwegian assailant Philip Manshaus as early as the summer of 2018 after alarmed acquaintances reported how he was displaying right-wing extremism and racist attitudes. The now 22-year-old Manshaus, who was recently sentenced to Norway's toughest jail term, testified in court that he had no regrets about murdering his Chinese-born adopted sister or trying to massacre Muslims because he felt they posed a threat to the white Norwegian race. Good lord. Thank you, Botwick, by the way. Investigators concluded that PST could have and probably should have had a conversation with Manshaus and his family, but failed to pursue the case. Where were we? Both PST and police in Oslo were also criticised for cooperating poorly and failing to be more open about their background information on Mann's house. PST has been criticised earlier as well for failing to take the white extremist terror threat more seriously. Police were also criticised for their response time that could have and should have been shorter, according to the Commission. The closest patrol car was 12 kilometres away, neither officer in the car was familiar with the area, and they reportedly used outdated Google Maps to find the location of the mosque, where elderly Muslim men had managed to halt Mann's house attack and were holding him until police arrived. Oh, I see. I think this kind of case is a clear counterexample have a good time. We also feel like Elon Musk stole all my investment money. I'm very tired. Yes, it's a break from more dour and awful stuff we've been talking about. Although reading about how the fact that it's like TERFs on Twitter are probably maybe a dozen different accounts is hilarious. Couple dozen different accounts of just losers spamming retweets and like, what a pathetic bunch of people, honestly. Anyway, that was interesting. That was neat. We don't need to read it. We've done that one. Just waking up now here. There you go. How about this? This is kind of good news. This is kind of good news. Now how being a leftist often means wallowing in despair, though it shouldn't. It shouldn't. This is the thing, right? And this is not necessarily... I mean, this is kind of leftist in a general sense. Like, the fact that there is a rally behind trying to shut down hate raids on Twitch. If we go back to that topic. All of the people who've been speaking out against it and all of that are trying to beat us down with this cruel reality that Twitch is not going to do anything unless it affects their wallet. And like, we know that. We're well aware of like, we've got to hit their wallet. But at the same time, we want to get, we want to retain this hope as a collective that we can change Twitch's mind and like move the platform in a better direction to stop that thing, right? And that's where I see socialism, socialist ideas at least. It's like, we realize the grim reality of the situation we're in, but that doesn't mean we have to stay there. And we want to be hopeful for a better future. We want to be hopeful for a better world for our kids, right? We want to strive for change, right? If you wanted a futurism that could definitely use more communism, let's have a look in a sec. Like, does that make sense? Like, I feel like, yeah, of course, being a leftist often means doom and gloom. Often means, realizing the grim reality of the world. But it also means, I think there's a better world ahead of us that we should not stop striving for. That's the way I see it. And unfortunately, there's a lot of obstacles, but it doesn't mean we stop because there are those obstacles. Does that make sense? The other angle of this is we've got people outside Twitch talking about this. That means investors who advertise on Twitch are going to talk about this. That means they're going to put pressure on Twitch, and that will hurt the wallet. Exactly. Executions of the right would definitely buoy everyone's mood. Yeah, so that's my main thing, is like, I want to be hopeful. I want to be optimistic. I want to hope there is change in the future. I don't want to look at all the issues that we have and think, God, it's all so hopeless. I'm just going to wallow in misery and play video games. I spent way too long in that mindset. I spent way too long escaping from the issues. Now I want to talk about them. Now I want to try to discuss solutions. What are the answers to these problems we have? Can we move forward with them? Yes, we can move forward with them. Yeah, we have to fight. There is no other option. Exactly. It's refreshing when surrounded by people acting like it's the end of the world. I mean, true. If I had a bigger audience, I'd agree, but I've had my thoughts about the connections between Twitch and the hate raids. Do go on, Kiara. I'd like to hear them. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. The general sentiment of the Nye video was good, but I think it needed to at least have a faint social element. Like, we can do incredible things when we work together, so let's fucking work together and stop throwing our own into the fire. Agreed. Science is pretty pog, and I think it's part of that striving. Here's your favorite space science song. Hang on. It's good to feel like there's something worth fighting for. Exactly. Hope is better than hardship. Doomer mentality plays right into the hands of capital. They want us depressed and demotivated, which is kind of why I've adopted this look. Honestly, like, I kind of want to take this look and be like, well, yeah, I'm a bit doomerish at times, but I want to be an optimistic doomer. I want to look at the world through the lens. Yeah, we're still getting me the doomer collar. I want to look at the world through the lens of, hey, shit's fucked. Let's fix it. It's a balance. Rather not because you sound like a conspiracy theorist, and since you're Canadian, you're already in deep trouble. Oh. DM me later. I'm intrigued. I won't say anything. Leftism is a binary choice between absolute disaster and socialism, and I'm done with doom and gloom nihilism. Recently read something like, if you don't want kids because you think the world we live in is doomed, have those kids and raise them to create a better world. That's one way to look at it. Inciting violence against TOS might be... Oh, yeah, I was going to say. I just sort of read the message and offer any insight on that, did I? Stopping and accepting our defeat is exactly what the system and its ruling class want. Just by that reality, we can't accept defeat or surrender. Which, yeah, comes back to the hate rates thing. You know, using that as an analysis to broadly explore other ideas. You know, a lot of people who are against the idea of us talking about the hate raids want us to just shut up and go away. Just drop it, forget about it. It's not going to get fixed. That's the problem, though, isn't it? It's like the moment we stop talking, the moment we give up, is the moment that the people who are hate raiding us win. The moment that we give up on the issue, the moment that we put ourselves away and we say, okay, I'm not going to stream anymore because I'm facing this harassment and I don't want to talk about it anymore. That's the moment they win. And that's the same with anything else. The moment you stop talking about the issue is the moment the people you're fighting against win. You admit defeat. And you don't want to admit defeat. I don't want to admit defeat. I don't want to stop. I'm going to keep going. You should keep going too. Incitement has a very specific meaning. Referencing is not by any definition incitement. I suppose. Lucky to have you to help fight for us. I wish I was better at public speaking though. I'm doing this in front of a camera, which is easy, but I couldn't do this in front of an audience. He could. People worry too much about being obnoxious. You say be obnoxiously loud. I agree. Hello, Fina. How you doing? Hello, Smudge. Oh, okay. I am tired. I don't know how much longer I can go. Like, I usually go to midnight, but I might have to just stop. Smudge just go purr. There he is. Hello. Still be a doomer goth and have fun, goth at heart, and try my best to have a laugh even with everything going on. Yeah, I'm really beginning to realize how important that positivity is. Like, I recently had a really incredibly positive experience in the light of a really, really negative experience. And that just honestly brought me to this level of, I want to say euphoria, I suppose, where I just feel like there is hope for that specific thing in my life. You know, I look at that thing now and I'm just like, okay, maybe it's not all bad. Maybe it's not always going to be like this. Maybe it's not always going to be a struggle and suffering, and maybe there is that point in my future where things are going to be better, even in spite of the negatives. You know, and sometimes that's what it takes, is it takes that spark for a person to realize that it's not all hopeless. So yeah, that was good. Don't know if you've been here. You were Gaffadil. Yes, you were Gaffadil. Hello. Despair is cliche, hope is radical. And the sad thing is, when you become too attached to the idea of hope, and you should be, because hope motivates. Even in the face of extreme adversity, hope motivates. But, you know, if you become one of those people who's overly optimistic and overly hopeful, people regrettably become just wankers to you. They treat you like shit because, you know, they don't have the optimism you have. Which I get is hard. I get it's difficult to look at someone who's sort of got a better grasp on themselves with regards to that positivity. You know, there's a lot of people who are just living in a constant negative mindset, and it's all, I've mentioned this before, you know, depression is a symptom of capitalism, right? And it is, because we are expected to do way more than than any one person can tolerate, and we're expected to take the things that we enjoy the most and turn those into a financial gain, into a financial avenue. You know, we're like, look at this platform right now. What are video games? No, you're not climbing across there. Go away. You know, I like to play video games, or at least I used to a bit. You know, there's a few video games I enjoy still, but there's a lot of video games that I just can't even really play anymore because I tried to play them here on Twitch for so long that they became this thing where it's like, I want to play this game because I know there's an audience that watches this game, and I can use that audience to gain subscribers and bits on Twitch or get tips into the fund or whatever. Like, it turns those things, it just turns video games, which is supposed to be fun, relaxing, take your mind off the real world for a bit, into something that people will look at and be like, oh, I can make money off that. I could play video games on Twitch or on YouTube. I can make money off that. It's like you don't get to just have fun, relax, and unwind and not think about things anymore without considering the fact that you could be making money off this. Someone else is. And it takes the fun away. It takes the... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with this. Video games are when Mighty Hunter. As an Eastern European, you can't become as hopeful and optimistic as your Western comrades do. So instead I use my discipline, determination, and dedication, my personal 3D, to continue to fighting the good fight and never give up. Come to the point where you've become too 3D'd to give up. Well, don't give up. Keep going. Speaking of positivity and euphoria, you realize an anime you liked 10 years ago was a huge fucking hit that you were gender fluid. There you go. I only remembered a few hints to my own transness that I got into when I was younger. I only realized it's like, oh, hey, that's a big hint that I should have realized sooner after I came out. You know, after I came to terms with it, I'm like, oh, hey, that's why I liked that thing. Solidarity makes us strong. Hope will keep us going. Compassion will make us win. Sorry for the pseudo-optimistic nonsense. It's not. It's optimism. I'd say you play games to reduce anxiety, but racing in Gran Turismo puts you under immense stress. Yeah. I'm in that boat where I'm just like, I want to play games, and I do enjoy games under certain circumstances, usually if I'm playing with someone I really like. You know, a good friend or something like that. But if I want to play games by myself, I'm just not motivated anymore. Because I did turn video games into an avenue to try to make money. Even single player ones, and I'm just like, I can't even be bothered playing games these days. Should stream Monster Prom? I've heard it's fun. I'm not sure if it's really my kind of game though, is the thing. I've looked at it a bit and I'm kind of like, maybe. I've also heard problematic things about Boyfriend Dungeon, and I was gonna stream 12 minutes into my Discord the other day, but it wouldn't load. So, speaking of problematic video games, fuck. What up, something slightly minty? How you doing? How's it going? Okay, so here's the thing that actually is a bit optimistic, slightly. I was gonna start reading this and I forgot. Scotland to trial a 4-day work week. Scotland is to trial a 4-day week, but without a loss of pay. A report out today includes some ideas for how it could be done, drawing on experience in Iceland and New Zealand. Reduced hours don't have to be taken weekly, and they could be targeted at particular groups, such as parents. However, this is not a one-trick policy that delivers the necessary boost of productivity that is necessary to pay for it. Improving employees' sense of well-being and therefore their output requires the remaining 80% of hours to be well managed. You gotta be 1 month on HRT tomorrow. Fucking poggers. Heck yes. Too bad it'll be at most 10 workplaces, yeah, sadly. Getting back to work is going to take some time, partly through resistance from office workers. Returning to where we were more than 18 months ago seems highly unlikely. For many, the recovery from an unprecedented shutdown and deep recession is the opportunity to implement change that might otherwise take many more years. The 4-day week, for instance, it sounds great if you're one of those getting a 3-day weekend. A new report out today has some survey evidence to back that up. A wholly unsurprising 80% think they'd prefer a 4-day week. The same proportion and probably the same people say it would improve their well-being. For employers, it may be not so attractive. Management alchemy. I should declare a sort of interest. In theory, that's my full-time job. BBC News puts many of its journalists onto 4-day weeks, but without reducing hours. 5 8-hour days became 4 10-hour days, so that's not really helping the situation. But that's not what this campaign has in mind. It aims at a bit of management alchemy. Reduce hours by 20% without hitting productivity, measured in output per week, so that pay can remain the same. How? The helpful bit is that a labor shortage in some sectors seems to be ensuring some workers get a larger share of some corporate pies. So management pay and profits for shareholders get squeezed. The GMB trade union served notice that it's taking the supply shortage as a cue to push for higher wages. Cutting down on commuting time is seen as one of the big gains for workers from a 4-day week. But instead of increasing pay, there's the option of reducing hours or both. Unite the Union has announced a deal with civilian workers at the Clyde nuclear bases to reduce pay by 5.5% with additional annual leave. More often, the idea seems to be ensuring that workers getting 3 days off per week enjoy greater well-being and therefore they're more productive. Well, that's proven. That survey suggests 65% of workers think a shorter working week would make them more productive. Lower hours, but you can see how some companies will start crunching workers. Exactly, yeah, that's the main worry. How can we pay for it? I don't fucking care. Not everything's about money, you fucking ghouls. Yeah, I watched Jesse's video on it on 12 minutes. It was a very good video and explained a lot of the problems with it. I'm still intrigued. I still want to play through it myself, but it literally wouldn't launch on my computer. So it's available on Game Pass at the moment if you can get it to run, but yeah, it literally just didn't work for me. So I don't know. The theory is to be tested in at least one trial by the Scottish Government, as promised in the SNP election manifesto earlier this year. Today's new report comes from IPPR Scotland, the left-leaning Institute for Public Policy Research. Excuse me. Why does it say the left-leaning? Why not just say the Institute for Public Policy Research? The left-leaning Institute for Public Policy. Why the BBC? Was it necessary to specifically include the phrase the left-leaning Institute for Public Policy Research? Whomst does that serve? I'm wondering. I'm just a tad curious. Left-leaning legends, yeah. Let me take these off because I hate the way I can't hear my voice properly when I've got the earphones in. The left-leaning reality. Fuck 4 10-hour days. Make it 8 4-hour days. Make it 8 4-hour days and employ more people. There's a reason we've got homeless people and unemployed people. Employ them. Anyway, feeling valued. Oh, hang on. Offering advice in those trials and pointing to some employers in countries that are making this happen. Or increase pay. Yeah, do that. 8 4-hour days. It could work. 32 hours a week. But here's my hunch. For nothing, an employer who is trialing a reduction in hours while retaining pay levels is also a company that's likely to be doing other things to make workers happy and motivated. These include autonomy, flexibility, trust, space for creativity, and high-quality management that makes people feel valued and that their work is worthwhile. Cutting hours doesn't help managers get better at managing or that workers find ways to utilize their technology more efficiently. Not unless those reduced hours are directed to improved training, perhaps. That is one of the ideas put out there by IPPR Scotland. Yeah, I am sleepy. I'm very sleepy. I need a rest. Those hours no longer being worked could be used to direct the outcomes of more Stop trying to go over there. Perhaps related to employment or more generally. They could be bundled up into sabbatical breaks from work. Iceland has already tried out changing the traditional office hours with some success. Or they could be directed to and focused on other outcomes, such as helping workers as parents. The reduced hours, says the IPPR, could be handed to workers as annual leave entitlement, as more public holidays, or as parental leave for those who qualify. That's one of the motivations for Japan, which is looking at reduced hours to tackle two of its problems, chronic overwork and long hours culture, which, I'm going to throw this out there, seems to maybe have been a contributing factor in the recent death of Kentaro Miura, the author of Berserk. Does Australia have an extra day the rest of us don't get? I wish. And a particularly acute demographic of its very low birth rate and the world's highest proportion of the very elderly. Other countries are cited. Iceland is seen as having a generally positive experience from cutting 4 hours from the working week, handing an afternoon per week to staff. Hang on. Particularly acute demographic challenge of its very low birth rate and the world's highest population of the very elderly. Misread a chat message. What did I read? 8 days in a week. Did I miss? 4 8-hour days. Yeah, I'm very tired. I've been walking like 90 minutes a day, getting 10,000 steps. Of course I'm fucking tired. I'm streaming till midnight and I got up at like what? 9 o'clock-ish? 9 o'clock-ish. Thank you for the head pats. Where were we? And I do lots of weights. I'll post some workout selfies later. I gotta get some more. Where were we? Began 6 years ago, starting with some of the more stressful public sector roles. The outcomes justified the trial's expansion of the most public sector and some of it from the private, so that 86% of the working population is covered by it. Increase in productivity. And in New Zealand, where the Premier Jacinda Ardern, we love her, we stan, is watched closely for her approach to progressive governing. The trial started pre-COVID in a private employer. Monitoring from an Auckland university found impressive results of productivity measured per hour going up to 20%, while there were significant improvements in the number thinking they had improved work-life balance. Coming out of the pandemic, the Prime Minister argues that more leisure time can also equate to more spending on New Zealand's tourism sectors, which is on a similar scale to Scotland's. IPPR Scotland is suggesting a low hours commission to help drive this forward and a Scottish trial across sectors. They want to see how this works in non-office employment on lower pay and among those with condensed or part-time hours. Its report suggests there is a need to not only to cap maximum hours, already done for many under the EU Working Time Directive, but to put a minimum hours floor on employment. This is another bid to get at zero-hour contracts presented as the need for working people to be employed for sufficient hours to take home a living wage packet. Yeah, abolish work. Fuck work. And as women are more likely to be in these low-paid part-time roles, one positive that could result might be an acceptance of lower hours as the norm, leaving men to use their increased leisure hours to take on more unpaid family and household roles. There we go. What are our sort of final thoughts on that before I move on? I mean, I'm obviously pro shorter work weeks. You know, I don't think it's a positive thing to have people working more and more. It should be, and like this is the thing that I have heard about salaried roles in particular. I've spoken to numerous people in salaried positions. Waged positions where they're working per hour, they seem like they're more likely to actually work maximum hours and then stop. And then if they work over that, they get paid additionally. But I've heard, particularly in the supermarket sector where I was working before, but also in IT and other fields, people who are on salary are told, okay, you'll work 40 hours this week and then be expected to put in more hours just because they're going to get paid the same. They don't get paid more. You know, it's just like if you want to be elevated in your career, you are expected to put more time in, which is, yeah. So I don't see like would that even change that, you know. 0 hour is the biggest con ever. Still need to read Let's Destroy Work, Let's Destroy the Economy. Fuck yeah, destroy the economy, fuck it. I'm done with it. I don't care anymore. Anyways, yeah, like I remember distinctly so many people working at the supermarket that were like, I would get into the supermarket at like 5 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. to start my job, and I'd finish at like either midday or 2 p.m. or whatever when I was done with my shift. I'd come back to the shops around like, and I'd see the managers come in at like 7 o'clock, open. They'd come in at open, and I might go back to the shop at like 7 p.m. The managers were still there, and that was routine. That was regular, and it's like they were told, you know, they'd only work 40 hours. And one of my managers, when I was working at that supermarket, literally said to me, "If you want to be a manager, they'll tell you you're going to work 40 hours, but you will not work 40 hours. You'll work way more than that." And I was just like, why would you do that to yourself? Why would you? And I realize why, but maybe the problem should be, I don't know. I want to say maybe there needs to be either more management or something else, but then the more managers you add to do a thing means the more micromanagement means you face the whole too many cooks in the kitchen situation. I don't know. I'm not a person in charge of these things. Anyway. Oh, okay. I'm pretty tired now. And I'm looking at my list, and I think I found someone that we can raid. I think we're good. If it'll just... We have an ad. Do we have to have an ad? Do you have to give me an ad? And I paused the ad. Why did I pause the ad? The more managers means the more pointless work. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to this question, but I do believe that, you know, people should be working less, relaxing more, and being, like, if they want a more productive society, it seems like a lot of the science points to a lot of the things that people broader society does not want to do, or capitalist society does not want to do. You know, I don't know. Let me see here who's alive, who's doing a thing. Who are doing a things? Let me see. I don't know. I'm talking shit. Thinking to myself. Who's a good person? Oh, you know what? Let me see something real quick. Pastel Sparkles? I want to see something really quickly. Hang on. Oh, no, that was Sammy. Okay. I am just going to try something really quick. Here we go. I want to try finding somebody on peer-to-peer if I can. Or Pastel Sparkles. Who's they? Is there anyone on here? We could raid Pastel Sparkles. Minecraft Village Creation. That looks neat. Who wants to watch some Sims? Some Sims Minecraft. Yeah, you know what? Let's get that. Let's get that. That sounds good to me. I like that idea. And we'll try to raid someone who's doing... we'll try to raid someone on peer-to-peer.live tomorrow. And then Friday, we're going to do videos game again. I haven't done videos game in a bit. I don't know if I'll wear the horns again, but I will say this. I mean, I probably will wear the horns again on stream, but my hair looks like shit at the moment. That's why I was wearing the beanie, because it's a greasy mess, and I haven't washed it since Monday, so... Anyway... I haven't decided what I'm streaming game-wise on Friday yet. I will figure that out. I don't know if I was going to stream something like last week that I had in mind, but... I don't know. Again, like, we come back around to what I was saying before. Is like, I don't really find myself having a lot of fun with games. We could just do Hades again. I think I did Hades last time. Hades was okay. I like it enough. It's a game. It is definitely a video game. At any rate, thank you for sticking around with me after having taken literally 7 days off stream, plus the weekend, but that doesn't count. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Probably. I love your faces. Be kind to yourselves and each other, and I'll see you when I'm looking at you. Bye.